Yeah. Check the frequency. This isn't just a broadcast. It's a lifeline. For the ones in the corners, the ones in the classrooms, and the ones on the curb. Writers for life, we're live. Yeah. I'm walking through the architecture of a forgotten dream, of the bricks of North Philly hold the echoes in the steam. I'm a student of the pavement, a scholar of the block, setting up the mic while the city starts to rock. We dive down the rabbit holes, chasing ghosts of the past, building bridges out of history, making sure the lessons last. It's more than just a podcast, more than digital air. It's a map for the lost, showing someone actually cares. We're excavating truth from the dust and the grime, translating the struggle one sentence at a time. We're writing the future on the walls of today, chasing the shadows, clearing the way, from the street to the booth, from the dark to the light. We're the voice of the neighborhood, brightest for life. Yeah, we're teaching the river, we're showing the right, keeping them dreaming through the heart of the night. Look, I see the youth standing at the edge of the glass, see the traps being set, waiting for the moments to pass. I tell them put the steel down, pick the platinum pin up. The world is a heavyweight, but you gotta keep your chin up. We go from Kensington to South, exploring every vein, trying to find an antidote to wash away the pain. Right from wrong, it ain't a lecture, it's a conversation. Investing in the spirit of a brand new generation. We're mentors in the booth, we're brothers in the street, putting wisdom in the lyrics and heart inside the beat. If we save just one, then the mission was a win. Stop the cycle of the ghost before the tragedy begins. Stop the cycle of the ghost before the tragedy begins. Yeah. Yeah. We're writing the future on the walls of today, chasing the shadows, clearing the way, from the street to the booth, from the dark to the light. We're the voice of the neighborhood, writers for life. Yeah, we're teaching the rhythm, we're showing the right, keeping them dreaming through the heart of the night. It's about more than the views, it's about the soul of the city. Get the kids off the corner, put the vision in their hands, study the history so you don't repeat the mistakes. Writers for life. We see you, we hear you. Philadelphia, stand up, rock.
Like it was a game, no more shame.
Yeah. Writers for life. They play with your heart like it was just a game. Toxic words dripping with all that heavy shame. Manipulative ways that never could be tamed. Hurting you was a target, yeah, that's where they aim. Disrespect comes from every single pore. So intentions were rotten straight to the core. They knew the pain they had in store, yet they still left you wanting for more.
The actions were calculated and cold, leaving scars that never grow old. In their web of lies you were sold.
A story that's never been told.
I'm enduring and learning, yeah, that is the key. I'm becoming unshakable, as tough as can be. Writers for life, we won't let pain tear us down. It's here to build us up, make us strong and sound. Every struggle face head on until the rising sun. Writers for life.
so clear, exploiting every moment without a single tear, knowing the end result was gonna be fear, waiting till you're broken, then they disappear. Extortion was the weapon they used to break your soul, trying to take the pieces and maintain the control, but they didn't know the fire that was deep inside the hole. Now you're taking back the power and you're taking back the hope.
I was caught in the web, I was lost in the light, waiting for a reason just to say goodbye. But the truth is a mirror, and the truth is the way.
I'm waking up to a brand new day. Now look at the stature, look at the way that we stand, walking out the trap with a steady hand. No longer a victim, we're masters of every wound. The frequency's changing, we're perfectly in tune. From the ashes we rose, now we're walking on the heat. Riders for life, we never admit defeat. The transformation is finished, the vision is clear. We conquered the struggle, and we conquered the fear.
Can you see the truth?
Yahweh was originally a lesser god in the prominent religion, so he was originally a havoc.
Shining through the night.
Welcome to Philly, baby. Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble afternoon, yo. Listen, when y'all send me videos like this, like when I listen, I have a passion for this topic, all right? Because y'all know, listen, I'm somebody that advocates for women, little girls, little boys that have been through, sexual abuse and stuff like that. All right. Listen, I'm working on my book. I gotta give a big shout out to Selena, to the beautiful Selena. All right, for doing that interview. All right, speaking to her, brought back a lot of past memories, and I've been writing it down to make this book. But when I see videos like this, reminds me of why I started this channel. Reminds me that I started this channel because I was speaking up for the youth. All right, whether they was getting bullied in school, whether they was getting sexually assaulted out in the streets, at home. You see where I'm coming from? And I started using my own stories, right? So one thing I could sit here and say is, right, I gotta say, shout out to Yaya. All right, she helped me bring my lyrics to life until I get my little studio together, and then a shorty's gonna go, back to putting her voice behind the mic. But right now I don't have the proper equipment and stuff like that. But man, we're gonna get to it, all right? But back on topic, man. Stories like this really break my heart, all right? So today, man, listen, man, let's talk about it. We got predators on the loose, random topics, random thoughts. Y'all know that, when I get in my head, I start talking. Listen, man, y'all know when it comes to a shorty, when it comes to this channel, all right, we build caskets up in this bitch, all right? Let me give a big shout out because I see my big bro in the chat. I don't know if he's still in this, John, but big shout out to Mill Ticket, man. Make sure y'all go check out my big bro, all right? Great content creator. Great conversations, great topics. Right now, he's on the, on the fuck shit only. All right. So make sure y'all go check him out if y'all into, like the drama and the YouTube stuff. But he does have music and stuff like that. I'm waiting to hear some new music, Mill Ticket. And he does be having some great topics. But right now he's in that, that fuck shit only. But shout out to my big bro. But let's get right into this because there's not a lot of people on this, John. And I know that when it comes to these topics, my chat ain't gonna have a lot of people in it. All right. But as y'all can see, man, I wrote down something, all right, from my past. I've been through something, all right. I'm a survivor. So, we're going to speak on this topic, all right. I've had a lot of people sending me some videos. There's this one video that they sent me about, I think it's a father, right, and his son under a blanket or something like that. Something that went viral from Facebook to TikTok, from TikTok to YouTube. But I'm a little nervous, all right, trying to bring that one on here because it kind of like, I looked at the video and I'm not going to sit here and lie. Kind of looks like, they doing something. But I got to find a proper disclaimer to even show that. All right. So we got these videos, right? And all these videos that I'm showing y'all today is for a reason, all right? Because the last video that I want to really show y'all, all right, it kind of like puts everything together. Y'all know that, I'm somebody that wants to see if we could change these policies, right? That wants to protect these predators and bash victims. Social media makes it worse, all right? Listen. It's a lot going on out in these streets, yo. Like, I'm not gonna lie. But let's talk about it because clearly nobody else wants to, all right? Listen, every time we bring up predators, people start acting like, we're the problem. Like, we're doing too much. Like, we're bringing negativity. Like, like we're starting drama. Good. Yo. Like, if they only knew that the only drama is the fact that these predators walk around free while victims gotta walk around traumatized, right? And the wildest part, folks will protect the predator faster than they'll protect the child. They'll say, oh, don't ruin his life. Like, he didn't already ruin somebody else's? Like, is y'all serious? Like, look, listen, man. It is wild because you only see this online when you're trying to bring awareness to these predators, all right? You got people over here, I'm like, listen, and it's funny because the same people that are over here talking about don't ruin somebody's life are on here cuddling fucking predators. See, before I continue, I want people to realize, all right? I want y'all to know something. All right, listen, not every predator is in the registry. You see where I'm coming from? Like, a lot of them have been able, how can I say, to slip through the cracks, get away with everything that they've been doing. So a lot of people that are around you, and it's crazy because they were just showing that on an episode of Law and Order. If I'm not mistaken, on one of the new episodes, all right, they were searching for this guy that, had kidnapped this little boy, right? And this was somewhere in the Bronx, right? But it's Law and Order, right? But y'all know it's based on some real stories. But anyways, they was looking for this guy, but he wasn't on the list, right? So they started searching by all the ones that were on the list. They couldn't find the little young bull, right? But it so happens that, the person that had the young bull was never on the list. Ain't that some shit, right? But people swear up and down that the predators has got to be on the list. They got to be. No, they're not. A lot of them slip through the cracks. Listen, man. Y'all know how I say, right? When it comes to me, man, fuck that shit. We building caskets up in this bitch, all right? Fuck castration, all right? Fuck the punishment in jail, because I hear, oh, but punishment will make the... Man, they like that shit. They like that shit. Because they come home and keep doing the same shit over and over and over again to the point where I say that, in my opinion, these motherfuckers belong 10 feet underground. Fuck 6 feet underground. We building caskets up in this bitch, all right? They don't deserve freedom. And jail to me for them is a luxury. Real shit. We got Uncle L in the building. Blessings to Uncle L. But yo, listen, man. And I'm not mad, but like I said, I have a passion for this, all right? I can go out here and really advocate for these kids. Ooh. And I've done it before. All right. It's just, whoa, man. I just get tired. All right. Remember, these predators are not on the goddamn list all the time. So, let me ask you this. So why is this world more worried about a predator's reputation than a victim's recovery? Y'all do know that if we don't find the victim help, at the right time, on time, this victim will turn. There's a possibility. I'm gonna put it like that. All right. Let me say it the right way. All right. Let me not put my foot in my mouth. There's a possibility of a victim turning into the predator. But people don't think like that. People don't see that part. All right. And I'm tired of people acting shocked like this stuff is rare. No, it's not. It's not rare. It's just rarely talked about, because the moment somebody speaks up, here come the trolls, the haters, the prove it committee. All right. The you lying. Like, come on, man. Like, really? Like, you just want attention. All right. Y'all want to acquire. Meanwhile, the predator sitting somewhere comfortable, untouched, unbothered, and how can I say unaccountable? Ain't that something? The victim gets interrogated, but the predator gets protected. So when did telling the truth become more dangerous than committing the crime? But people don't want to hear that. Listen, let me say this loud enough for the people in the back, all right? Loud enough for the people in the back scrolling with one eye open. I don't care how uncomfortable this makes you. I don't care if it ruins your vibe, your mood, your night, your dinner, your whole damn week. Because you know what's more uncomfortable? Being a victim, being silenced, being ignored, being told get over it, being told it happened so long ago. Trauma don't expire like milk, all right? It sits on your chest like a brick. So why do people expect healing, all right, to be, how can I say, instant when the damage was permanent? These motherfuckers took the innocence of a child, or took the innocence of someone, all right, just for their pleasure. But you're supposed to get over it. It's not that easy. It's easier said than done. All right. It takes time, and it takes support for a child to get over that trauma. All right. And let's talk about, how can I say, let's talk about these families that hide predators. Like, they're protecting a family heirloom. They don't say nothing. All right. They don't say that's your uncle. Huh. You know what they say? Don't tell nobody. That's your cousin. Don't make the family look bad. Yeah, that's still happening. People are, that was only happening back then. No, social media is exposing what's going on in these families, no matter how much they try to hide it. It's funny because people look at the entertainment, not looking behind, not looking in between the lines, not really seeing what's happening, like the father and son under the blanket situation. You see where I'm coming from? Like, come on, man. Like, don't make the family look bad, babe. The family already looks bad. You're just trying to keep, how can I say, the curtains closed, right? And the crazy part, they'll cut you off before they cut him off, or her. Because believe it or not, guess what? All right, and this is a conversation we've been having out here in the community for the longest. All right, and I'm caring for this, right? Just because she's a woman, right? How can I say? Just because she's a woman preying on little boys doesn't mean that she's a predator. Well, if she's in her 30s, mid-20s, early 20s, and she's preying on a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old, 14, 15, that bitch a predator. She grooming just like a man grooms. Oh, because she's a woman, she can't be a predator. Yo, people get on my fucking nerves sometimes. And listen, I don't care how anybody feels, for real. Today ain't that. Listen, y'all not gonna get that little professional side, that smooth side, that loving side. Nah, man. There's gonna be times on this live where I say some crazy wild shit, because in my opinion, these motherfuckers do not deserve to walk this world. All right, they deserve to be fuck 7 feet, fuck 6 feet. All right, we need to dig a hole 10 feet, man. We need to dig a hole all the way down to hell, but we already in hell. See, that's the crazy part, but that's the topic for another day. We already in hell. We experiencing hell, man. Because this right here alone shows you. It shows you. Real shit. And it's crazy because people will cut you off, all right? They'll call you dramatic before they'll cut that person off, before they'll say that this person is dangerous. Whether it's on social media, is worse. And it's crazy. Like, let me ask this. So how many generations got to suffer before somebody finally breaks the cycle? All right? And then you got, like I was just saying, the internet. The biggest circus tent in the world. And I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about, I'm just speaking in general. All right. If the shoe fits, wear that bitch. All right. Like, it's the biggest circus in the world. You come online to tell your story, to bring awareness, to help somebody else feel less alone. And here come the clowns juggling the insults. All right. They'll harass you, mock you, twist your words, call you everything but a child of God. But let a predator get exposed. Suddenly everybody wants proof, context, both sides, both sides. Ain't no both sides to violating somebody. So why do people become detectives for predators, but, not, how can I say, for predators, but bullies for survivors? Oh, but when the scripts are flipped, they're the same ones sitting here. We need your help. But you were just bashing somebody that went through something like this. Come on. This is why I tell people, if you want to speak, speak, right? If you want to tell your story, tell it, right? Don't let these internet weirdos scare you into silence. There's somebody out here that needs to hear your story and how you've overcome it. Like, these people don't pay your bills. They don't live your life, and they damn sure don't survive. They damn sure didn't survive your trauma, all right? You did. And if somebody got a problem with you, speaking your truth, that's because your truth exposes their comfort. And baby, comfort is the enemy of accountability. So who benefits when you stay quiet? You or the people who hurt you? It's like the last story that we're going to get to today, right? That's why we're going to show these clips today. We're going to talk about it. Y'all going to hear me, y'all going to hear me talk. And I'm going to show y'all some videos until we get to that video that I want to show y'all, right? Because does it make an uncle a criminal, right? When he finds out that somebody sexually assaulted his niece and he goes and, shoots them in the groin? In my opinion, I don't think this uncle is a criminal. Man, fuck that. Build a casket for the motherfucker that got shot in the groin. It's a shame. It's unfortunate, all right, that he survived. Because he belongs less than 10 feet underground. Why does he deserve to walk around free and happy when he stole the innocence of a child? When he literally sucked her soul from within her. And if this child doesn't get the proper treatment, there's two routes she's taking. She could take the good path, the right path, or she might end up taking the fucked up, messed up path. But we don't know. Only she knows. Depending on, I'm going to put it like this. Only time could tell. Like, and let's be real, all right? If enough of us came together, we could shake the whole system, all right? We could change policies, change laws, change how these cases get handled. But we so busy fighting each other, arguing online, dragging strangers, and protecting the wrong people that the real monsters slip through the cracks. Imagine if we put that same energy into protecting our kids, protecting survivors, protecting the vulnerable. Imagine if we, built a community instead of, a comment section. So what would happen if we stopped arguing and started organizing? At the end of the day, predators thrive in silence, right? They thrive in shame. They thrive, in communities that look like, that look the other way. But not here. Not on this platform. Not in this space. Not in this community. Because in this bitch, we building caskets for these mofos, all right? We building caskets up in this joint, all right? Not literally, but metaphorically, all right? Somewhere out there, in La La Land, Peter Pan got my shovel, the Undertaker is digging the hole, all right? Peter Pan keeping the casket safe and shiny for a shorty. Shit. Listen, we build the caskets in this joint, all right? We bury in the excuses, we bury in the silence, we bury in the protection, we bury in the culture that, lets predators walk free while victims, all right, walk wounded. So now that, we see the problem clearly, what are we going to do about it together when it comes to, our kids within our community? How do we come together to change these policies, those policies that are living off a foundation that is, living in the 16, 17, and 1800s? See, we're the ones that can come together, but we choose not to. What's the crazy part is, right, we in the middle of war. What they've been talking about for so many years, Lord knows if it's, probably going to come down. Because you hear Trump talking about, oh, he going to shut the grid off. But, hello, there's other places that got access to our grid too. We don't just share that, the panel to the grid. I mean, we don't just solely have the panel to the grid. All right. So by him doing this, listen, we just got to be prepared. All right. I don't know how many of y'all know. I mean, I've been saying this for the longest. Because when that power go off and you have no access to water, all right, no access to light, what is a lot of you going to do? I'm telling y'all, man, Mad Max is coming to life. But that's a topic for another day, all right? That's a whole topic for another day. A lot of people not going to understand where I'm coming from, and they're going to take it to the chest. You talking about me? I ain't talking about you. I'm talking in general. Lord have mercy. Please take the will. We got Hennyway. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Big shout out to Hennyway. Welcome to the live. How you doing today? I appreciate you. She said she's stopping by to show some love. Shout out to Hennyway, yo. But like I was saying, back on topic, all right? Listen. Plenty of times on this channel, we've shown how powerful a community becomes when it stops whispering and it starts moving. Policy shift, laws bend, system shake. But as parents, all right, we gotta, how can I say, detach an eye and glue it to these kids. Like we're building, how can I say, a whole new vision system. Because predators don't take days off, all right? They don't clock out. They don't get tired. They keep doing it because, how can I say, the consequences ain't a death sentence. Y'all keep hearing me say we building caskets up in this. We building caskets up in this, John. I'm trying to stop saying the B word, all right? But, Lord have mercy on my soul. Listen, hell, half the time it ain't even, how can I say, a slap on the wrist, all right? These motherfuckers actually walk. So how long we supposed to pretend awareness is enough when the system ain't scared? How can I say, ain't scared of us yet? All right, and let's be real. Castration gets thrown around like it's, the magic fix. Cut it off and they'll stop, baby. Science already told us. They find other ways. It ain't about body parts. It's about power, control, sickness in a system that keeps giving them room to breathe. You can cut the tree, all right? But if the root's still alive, it's growing back. That's why we, how can I say, gotta stop acting like punishment is the only conversation. Prevention, protection, and policy gotta be louder. So while we keep treating symptoms, all right, how can I say, while we keep treating symptoms when the disease is sitting in the courtroom smiling. But tell me I'm tripping. At any given time, y'all are, you're more than free to tell me that I'm tripping, that I'm crazy. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ain't none of this shit happening. Y'all more than free to tell a shorty that. But we know the truth. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Like, come on. Like, now let's talk about this case. All right, we got a case right here where the stepfather accused of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old, all right, who was later found in her own home, a baby, a child, all right, a whole life that never got, how can I say, the chance to bloom. And everybody online want to talk about the assault, the horror, the tragedy. But nobody wants to talk about the part that slapped me in the face, all right? And I don't know if people peeped it. He was a school bus driver. A school bus driver, the man responsible for transporting kids every day. I don't know if people noticed it and are just like slipping, letting this, I don't know, letting it slide out the conversation. I don't know. But it's happening. Let's see. Oh. Anyway, says most predators have patience out of this world. They are meticulous in their planning. That's true. That's a fact. So, once again, why is the world acting like this is, a one-time thing instead of a pattern? Because, let's be honest, predators don't start at home. All right, they practice, they test, all right, they test boundaries, they look for access, And what's better access than a bus full of kids who trust the adult behind the wheel? Nobody's talking about how many other children he might have harmed. Nobody's asking how long he was driving, that bus. Nobody's asking who hired him, who vetted him, who ignored the signs. Everybody's focused on the stuff. But baby, this story is deeper, darker, wider, right? So why are we pretending this man only had one victim when his job, all right, his job gave him a whole route of possibilities? Hey, but once again, I could be tripping. Right? Let me show y'all the video.
A disturbing development in the case of a 12-year-old's death in Enfield. Her body was found inside this home 16 days ago. And while investigators are still trying to figure out exactly how she died, police believe she was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. You're looking at him there. He's a school bus driver who's now out of a job and locked up behind bars. NBC Connecticut's Jane Chaco has the very latest on this case, and we do want to warn you, some of the details you're about to hear are unsettling.
My heart breaks for the little girl.
As police investigate what led up to a 12-year-old girl's death, they found enough evidence to arrest her stepfather, 39-year-old Anthony Federline, for other charges. When police went to the home on Elm Street last month, they found the girl with a blanket over her lower half, naked from the waist down, and pills in the room, according to the arrest warrant. Investigators found evidence of a sexual assault. They swabbed for DNA and compared it to samples from her family. The DNA analysis led investigators to Federline and one unknown individual.
The work that's done in the sexual assault kit, and certainly the forensic analysis that's done by the folks at the forensic science lab, the toxicology lab, are of the highest integrity.
Federline was charged with first-degree sexual assault and risk of injury to a child. The warrant notes his reactions throughout the investigation. During an interview, he was overcome with emotions, later asking for space because he, quote, wanted to break things. When he agreed to give his DNA, he said he was upset because it felt like it was putting, quote, salt in the wound. We learned from the school district Federline was let go from his job as a bus driver with Enfield Public Schools following his arrest. He was a driver for 6 months and was properly vetted and had no prior criminal history, according to the bus company. A spokesperson for the Department of Children and Families says they are investigating these new allegations in addition to the girl's death that has left this neighborhood shaken.
I can't imagine what her life was like throughout that house. It's just so sad. It makes me tear up, like I said, just thinking about her.
DCF did not comment on whether the agency had prior contact with the girl's family. The police chief says the girl's 3 other siblings, 17, 9, and 6 years old, appear to be safe.
I have every
Appear.
children are in good, safe, and appropriate places.
Federline was booked here at the Enfield Police Department, and his bond was set at $1 million. He is expected to be in court on Monday. The Office of the Medical Examiner is still looking into the cause and manner of the 12-year-old girl's death. In Enfield, Jane Chaco, NBC Connecticut News.
So she appeared, right? Now, the part that makes my, I don't know if y'all can hear me. The part that makes my blood boil, right? They gave him a bond, a way out, a chance to breathe free, right? Like a chance to, how can I say, breathe free air? Like, while a child is gone forever, they keep giving rapists and predators these little escape hatches. Like, here you go, sir. Don't do it again. Like, meanwhile, victims got to live with trauma that don't come, all right, with no bond, no bail, no break. All right, they got to carry that weight every damn day. So why do we keep giving monsters a head start while survivors get left behind? Yo, listen. But of course, all right, here come the Constitution, innocent until proven guilty. And listen, I get it. I understand the law. But let's not act like the law wasn't written in a time where half the population wasn't even, how can I say, considered human. Let's not act like the law ain't outdated, dusty. All right. And how can I say it? How can I say? It's in a desperate need of a reboot. All right. Like they say bond only gets revoked if the person is a danger to others. But baby, what more danger do you need than a motherfucking monster sexually assaulting a little girl and leaving her dead, unalived? Like, this is why we talk. All right, this is why we bring awareness. This is why we don't, how can I say, shut up even when the people tell us to move on. Because predators thrive in silence, all right? They thrive in loopholes. My bad. Whew. In loopholes, all right? They thrive in communities that don't want to rock, right, the boat. But baby, this boat needs to flip. They need to sink, all right? This boat needs to be rebuilt from scratch, all right? With locks, alarms, cameras, and a whole new damn crew. So when are we going to stop? Stop being scared of, how can I say, making noise and start, being scared of staying quiet. Because, staying quiet is where everything happens. Like, at the end of the day, if enough of us really came together, we could change these policies. We could change, how can I say, how bonds work. We could change how background checks work. We could change how schools hire. How courts, how can I say, how courts judge, how courts do the judging, there you go, how communities respond. But it takes numbers, it takes voices, it takes people who ain't, how can I say, afraid to say, nah, this ain't right. And you know me, I'm always going to say it loud, raw, and uncut. So the real question is, are we ready, are we ready to fight for these kids, or are we just ready to talk about it? Is that all we're going to do? We just going to keep talking about it? Like, why is there no mention of the mother? If y'all peep the video, if y'all go back and look, there's no mention of the mother or the real father. Why is it always the same script? The predator gets the spotlight, the victim gets the headline, and the parents get erased. Like they don't exist. This whole situation is already sick, but the silence around the people who are, who are supposed to, how can I say, protect her, makes it even sicker. Every single day in this country, there's another story of a child being harmed. Pedophiles, physical abuse, emotional torture, or their life being taken like it meant nothing. And strangers, they verbally attack kids like they're grown adults. So when did America become a place where children are, how can I say, open targets and adults got excuses? Like, hey, I could be tripping, right? I could be tripping. Tripping. Like, stories like this, I said it in the beginning, boy. I want to say some shit, but YouTube will strike me, boy. And I've learned my lesson. I'm not starting a whole other channel. If they take this channel, keep this bitch. For real. Like, what has this country turned into? But deep down, we already know the answer. All right. We've watched it. We watched it in real time. We watched the laws get softer, the punishment get lighter, the excuses get louder. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. But every state should have the death penalty. All right. They should have it for pedophiles only. And for, how can I say, anyone who murders a child, all right, during any type of assault. I don't care who disagrees. Some crimes don't deserve rehabilitation. If it's been scientifically proven that a motherfucker cannot get castrated, they'll find other ways. Why do we keep going for the fucking castration then? They deserve removal permanently. 7 feet underground. Fuck 7 feet underground. 10 feet underground. Fuck the casket, man. Just throw the motherfuckers in the hole. Like, so why are we still pretending that innocent, that innocent until proven guilty should apply to monsters caught in the act? Come on. Like, it's time we all take a damn stand on this, all right? I'm sick of this bullshit. Sick of the stories, sick of the excuses, sick of, how can I say, the thoughts and prayers culture. Sick of the lawmakers who take the, lawmakers who talk that big talk, all right, but move small, if I make sense. Like, sick of the judges who hand out bonds, like, they're coupons and they not. Sick of the communities that whisper instead of roar. Like, come on, man. Rest in peace. May she have peace in paradise to that little girl, to that baby girl, because she deserves, a life, not a headline. So how many more kids gotta die before this country decides enough is enough? Now, we're about to jump on this case, all right? And I'm gonna get that video ready real quick, all right? Just give me 1 second. Boy, listen, man. Welcome to America, land of the free, where you gotta pay for water even to hear you breathe. Now let's talk about this next case. All right, parents speaking out after a close family friend abused an 18-month-old, an 18-month-old, an 18-month-old baby. All right, like an 18-month-old baby who can barely talk, barely walk, barely understand the world, and a grown adult decided to violate that innocence. And the parents, they trusted this person. They let them in, into their own home, their circle, their baby's life. And that trust got shattered into a million pieces. So how do you ever trust again when betrayal comes? All right, when betrayal comes from someone who, smiled in your face. Me personally, I don't think I could trust again. All right, and let me be real. That couldn't be me. I'm telling you right now. I would turn into Griselda Blanco in a heartbeat for my kids. I'm talking full cartel energy. No hesitation, no blinking. Because when it comes to my babies, I don't play. I don't negotiate. All right? I don't wait. I don't wait for the system to do what it's supposed to do. That babysitter will be in a casket. And I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. So why do people expect parents to stay calm when the system refuses to protect their children? I want y'all to check this out.
Story is getting national attention after a babysitter was caught on camera abusing an 18-month-old toddler.
It happened to a family in our area in Bedford County, and they say she wasn't just a babysitter, she was a close family friend. Good evening, I'm Mitch Carr.
And I'm Kate Capodanno. For the first time, the family sat down with our own WDBJ7's Melissa Gayona for this exclusive interview.
And Melissa, I know that you have been working on this story for years.
Yeah, so the family reached out to me, guys, about 3 years ago. I caught a call from Tyler and Madison Booth out of Bedford County telling me that they had video of their babysitter and close family friend, Carly Webb, abusing their 18-month-old daughter, Hazley. It was all caught on home camera system that they had in the living room, and they had hours upon hours of footage. And they assumed with so much evidence that this would be an easy case to prosecute. That was not the way things unfolded. We do want to warn you that some of the footage you'll see this evening is disturbing.
So I did a little bit of research. They've uploaded this video a week ago. All right. This family is still fighting for justice. All right. Like, I'm going to let it play and then I'm going to give my commentary. But it's crazy how a judge could say, oh, there's not enough evidence. But hold up. This family has been 3 years into a fight trying to prove that the babysitter was the one that harmed their child. But if it would have been the mother or the father, right? They would have locked them up, no questions asked, right? But you know what? Let's continue. I think I gotta be careful what I say, but I'm gonna fucking say it, man. I'm tired of us being censored, man. Listen. The laws and the policies get broken when it comes to the government and shit like that, and we're supposed to be the government, we the people, but that ain't the topic for today. All right, that'll be a topic for another day. We've talked about this time after time, and shout out to those that are brave enough to hit the link when a shorty drops it and come up on this panel and talk about every topic that's put out there. All right, because a lot of people are really sensitive, man. really, really fucking sensitive. They ask for an opinion and they want to turn around. Oh, you hurt me. I ain't punch your ego. All right. All I did was pull up a mirror. And I ain't even mention you. But since you want to put the label on you, hey man, put that fucking label on you. But let's continue with this, man. A family that's been fighting 3 years to prove that the babysitter is the one that ended up harming their child. And a judge 3 years later says, hey, there's not enough evidence here. But let's see if there was enough evidence or not.
She could have killed her. That girl's going to serve 365 days, if we're lucky, behind bars. And she could have killed our daughter, who had no voice to speak for herself.
Tyler and Madison Booth are high school sweethearts, and this is the house they've lived in since they got married. They have 2 children and made many memories here, some good and some they'd like to forget. Nearly 3 years ago, Tyler installed a camera in the living room despite his wife's displeasure.
I remember telling Tyler I hated that camera being up there because I felt like it was just a sore thumb, but it points to our front door, you know, see who comes in and out, and thank goodness we had it. But I remember giving him such a hard time for having it up there.
The camera was on and operating, but the family never had a reason to watch the footage. As Hazley reached 18 months, both parents worked, so it was time to find childcare. Excitement grew once they hired a close family friend, 19-year-old Carly Webb.
It was like a sister, you know, it was my parents were her godparents. Her dad was like a second dad to me. Felt like, you know, couldn't have found anybody we trusted more.
When that option came about and when her family actually reached out and said how much, you know, Carly would love to do that. If I don't have a family member who I, you know, trust, she is the one person that I really trust. She was, you know, sweet. She went to a Christian school. We'd known her whole, you know, life. She came over here and, you know, hung out with Hazley a little bit and made us just feel so good that it was like this sense of like peace or relief, knowing that we had someone we knew coming to our house to keep her.
Then one afternoon, Carly made an off-base comment about a camping chair.
That Hazley really loved this chair that was sitting right about where you're sitting. It was like a camping chair that you would take like a t-ball game that rocked. I got Madison for Christmas. We had left it out because the kids liked watching movies with it. And she said she really loved that chair. She sat in it for 2 hours today. And both of us thought like, oh, you know, that's funny, but like, you know, there's no way. So didn't really think anything of it, but something that night just did not sit with me. And I had this feeling like, just go look at the cameras.
Did Carly know it was there?
Mm-hmm. She did.
Yeah,
it's very easy to see.
Yeah, I mean, it sticks out.
Never expect.
Man, that's how you know that she was bold. Like, she knew the cameras were there. She was bold. She just didn't care. Some people, listen, man, mental health is real. That's why I hate the fact that there's a lot of people out here that use mental health as a crutch.
Abuse, Tyler simply thought, how do you get a child to sit in a chair that long? Tyler discovered his daughter was in the chair for 7 hours straight. Remember, Hazley is 18 months old.
When I saw that, I was like, there's something, you know, not right here.
What kind of abuse are we talking about here?
Out of nowhere, Hazley's being quiet. Carly gets up and shakes the chair and tells her, shut the F up. What's going on? Like, I hadn't completely blindsided. This is the girl that we thought, I'd have bet you my house I couldn't get her to say a cuss word. She walks to the closet over there, grabs out a fruit strip and walks over and smacks Hazley on the top of the head with it.
Watch.
Damn, you can't get a cuss word. Listen, man, people portray to be somebody, you know, in front of you and behind your back, they a whole complete different people. It's like people, I don't know, they're like Two-Face from Batman, all right? One day they're this person, and the next day they're that person. I mean, I don't know, medically it's known as bipolar, but Lord knows.
As Carly takes Hazley's food that was prepared by Madison the night before, wrapping it into a paper towel, then throwing it in the trash. But things progress. Hazley is taunted, then hit with a toy gun. A moment that caught the attention of the judge in court. And it doesn't stop there.
Hold up, but it caught the attention of the judge in court. Then why the fuck did she throw the case out? I didn't mean to cuss, but yo, these judges are starting to really annoy me. I ain't gonna sit here and lie.
Carly puts Hazley into a tiny brown box, then kicks the box until it flips over. This footage would later be played in the courtroom. So devastating, tears were heard in the crowd.
You did not hear a peep coming out of that box. Your daughter never tried to get out. Why do you think that is?
Well, I know my daughter found the switch for survival, and I think she knew that if she could just be quiet and be calm, that maybe Carly would leave her alone. And I think that that was her way of protecting herself, was to not cry, not scream. But, you know, even at such a young age, she had sadly found out what to do to survive those moments.
The videos we've seen are tough to watch, but they get much worse. The family has chosen very carefully what not to show. Videos of Hazley being kicked with a soccer ball, then hit repeatedly in the face while crying and saying no. Moments where she's taunted and hit with a toy gun as she cries. Days where she went without food or drink and was never taken out of her bedroom.
Yo, we talking about a grown ass woman that was babysitting an 18-month-old baby, treating this baby like this. Like, either she was sick in the head or she has no soul. Nothing more than just, Lilith in disguise.
Until right before her mom got home from work, and moments where she's cursed and mocked and yelled at while she cries. In the courtroom, the judge said, and I quote, "I'm 73 years old, and her yelling startled me. I'm holding in my hand the external drive."
All right, so if the baby's yelling, made her feel some type of way, then why in the world did you throw away the case? Why didn't you lock up this chick? Like, I'm not understanding this. Like, she sat here and physically abused a child that wasn't even hers. And if it was hers, that's even worse. But it wasn't hers. Either way, that's supposed to be a charge. But yet, there wasn't enough evidence, according to the reports.
There are hours of footage of 18-month-old Hazley being abused, but there's no physical scars or bruises. And yet, with all this evidence, when it comes to the law, it's not enough.
If you watch the videos, you'd say, hey, there's 50 felonies in there. The way the law is written, there's one. The gun pointed at her head and bouncy balls bounced off her face. Diapers put in her face. Sitting at the end of that couch having a stuffed animal beating her face, a plastic duck thrown against her head, standing right here where my feet sit, and a soccer ball being kicked into her face.
I mean, she should be charged with neglect, abuse, torture. I mean, listen, but that judge said not enough evidence. I mean, I don't think her age got anything to do with it. It's just, 73, you can get startled, but come on, man.
That's just a slight glimpse into the actual torture she was going through. There's videos of her screaming in her face and calling her vulgar names, taunting her around the house. There's one video where she's like singing the Freddy Krueger song, just pacing around our daughter. Just extreme mental and emotional abuse that, one, you never want to see, but also never want to see your daughter going through. So it wasn't just physical, it was a lot of emotional and mental abuse that went on.
This is the moment where most parents would say what they would do if it were them. Take matters into their own hands.
Right.
A comment that stings Tyler and Madison because
there shouldn't be no guilt. Look, listen, man. It shouldn't be no guilt. You get injustice for your child. This is why a lot of parents out here in the streets take their own justice, because the courts don't do what they're supposed to be doing. Street justice is completely different. And I mean, look, listen, I wish they turned it into a law. And I'm talking about only for these predators, because I don't see the point of them walking around once they've done, certain things. I don't see it. I don't see the point of it. You need to go in a casket. See, we create these monsters, but we can't take accountability. I'm going to stop saying we, right? People create these monsters and cannot take the accountability of what they've created.
Admits he wanted to do what any parent might do and get revenge. But as he slept on the floor of Hazley's room and witnessed her night terrors while crying for her daddy, he knew his job was to be there when the nightmare ended.
I sleep with my arm through the crib on her back. Just wake up and tell her it's okay. I'm here. Okay.
And even in the midst of his baby's darkness, Tyler credits her for saving his life. Instead of driving to Carly's house to confront her, he didn't. Instead, he called police, who came in the middle of the night. They left with countless videos that told a story Hazley never asked to be a part of.
They came out that night, took the DVR, and that turned into an absolute nightmare. That night, social services had to come here after midnight to see Hazley, to physically see her. I sat right here and had an interview with social services for probably an hour and a half. They founded the case very quickly to the highest degree, which was fantastic. If our justice system could have worked a quarter of that quick, we'd have had this done a long time ago.
The family's next stop, the courtroom. What Tyler and Madison Booth are saying on the legal system in their fight to get justice, plus their hope for Hazley's future.
That's a shame. Where's the justice, right? Listen. Well, this is why I say street justice. Street justice does its job before, the justice system does. And what's crazy, that the judge that handled this case ain't shit. All right. I said what I said. She looked at the situation and somehow saw nothing wrong, nothing alarming, nothing worth throwing the book at. This is why people lose faith in the justice system, because the justice system keeps proving it. Like it don't give a damn. It's like they're allergic to accountability. So how do you trust a system that keeps choosing predators over babies? Like, this is why sometimes street justice feels like the only way out, because the streets don't, do the plea deals. The streets don't do the, bond hearings. The streets don't do innocent until proven guilty. The streets do consequences, immediate consequences. And while I'm not, saying it's the right way, I'm saying I understand why parents snap. I understand why people take matters into their own hands. I understand why rage becomes the only language left. So what happens when the law fails so hard that the community starts creating, its own? At the end of the day, these stories keep happening because predators know the system is soft. Right? They know, the laws are outdated. They know judges aren't, they know that the judges are lenient. They know communities are scared to speak. But not here, shit. Within this community, shit. Look, listen, man. We've been live a few times and I had to show it. All right? I had to show it and remove it. All right? A motherfucker will get beat up for trying to touch a little girl. And the cops will get called. We're not waiting for a child to get, listen, not after what happened with Ariana De Jesus. All right? And listen, man. Ariana De Jesus' family just received justice 26 years later here in Philadelphia. One of the cases that tore this whole community apart, and people started losing trust in each other. So yeah, these predators know. They know. But we're not scared, all right? we're not scared to speak up in this platform. We're not scared to raise our voices, all right, and drag these conversations into the light, forcing people to confront, how can I say, the ugliness they try to ignore. And that's why, you know, these conversations matter. Because we say the things that, you know, a lot of people are scared of saying. And they think. So now that we've exposed the truth, you know, another truth here on this panel, all right, who's ready to stand up and fight back? And I'm not saying literally stand up and fight. No, man. Like, we need to start doing some more research, right? If no laws were actually broken, then why shouldn't the parents be allowed to do the exact same thing back to the babysitter, right? That's the part that fires my brain, right? The system says no crime committed, but the parents are sitting there with a traumatized baby and a shattered sense of safety. So what? The babysitter gets to walk? She gets to walk away clean while the family carries the, how can I say, emotional wreckage forever? If the law won't call it a crime, then the law should at least call it, how can I say, a consequence. So how is it justice when the victim's family suffers more than the person who caused the pain? And honestly, if I were them, I'd file a civil suit so heavy it would follow, you know, that babysitter into every paycheck, every job, every tax return, every attempt at a peaceful life. Emotional damage, hell yes. Trauma, absolutely. You don't get to harm a child and then go back to, you know, brunch like nothing happened. Make her feel the weight of what she did every time she tries to make $1. So why should she get financial freedom when she stole emotional freedom from a baby? What a monster, right? And I don't use that word lightly. I'm gonna put it like this. I don't use this word lightly. What a bitch. But y'all heard what the judge said, according to the reporter. The babysitter broke no laws. Boy, I tell you, boy, like, yo, that's that kind of sentence that makes you question the entire justice system, makes you wonder who these laws were written for, make you wonder who they protected. Oh, but we know. But it makes you wonder because it damn sure ain't the kids. So how can a system claim to protect children when it can't even define what harm looks like? Imagine putting AI judges to the imagine putting an AI judge there trying to, how can I say, bring justice to this case. Like we was talking the other day. Yo, and this is why people lose faith. Oof. Shout out, Tuesday. What's his name? I see it on my phone. Is he on the chat? Oh no, is it her? Cool 82. Blessings. Welcome to the life. She says street justice is divine justice. And I agree with her, yo. I definitely agree with her. We got Russell Bread in the building. Blessings. Shout out to Russell Bread. Russell Bread, he became a member. Blessings. Big shout out to Russell Red. I ain't noticed he was in there. I was in this bitch over here talking my shit, man. But man, all this shit, man, I'm getting tired of it. Listen, man. This is why people lose faith. This is why parents snap. This is why communities, how can I say, start whispering about street justice. Because when the courtroom shrugs its shoulders, all right, the streets clench their fists. When the judge says no crime, the parents hear no protection. And when the law fails, people, how can I say, start looking for their own version of justice. The kind that doesn't require permission on paperwork. So what happens when the law becomes so weak that the people stop believing in it altogether? But let's be real, this ain't new. This ain't rare. This ain't shocking anymore. And that's the saddest part. Every day in this country, there's another story of a child being harmed, violated, abused, or ignored. And every day the system finds a new way to disappoint us. It's like the laws were built with, how can I say, holes in the room on purpose, like predators were always meant to slip through it. So how many loopholes does a predator need before we admit the system was never built for us? We know what we got to do. but we definitely know what we gotta do. And the crazy part is that the judge saw nothing wrong, nothing alarming, nothing worth punishing. That's the part that makes you want to flip a table, because if a judge can look at an 18-month-old, an 18-month-old's trauma and still say no laws broken, then maybe the laws themselves are broken. Maybe the laws are outdated, dusty, and written by people who never had to protect a child a day in their fucking life. So how do we fix a system that refuses to admit it's broken? This is why sometimes street justice feels like the only way out, because the streets don't need evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, right? They don't. The streets don't need a judge's approval. The streets don't need, how can I say, a courtroom to validate what everybody already knows. The streets move on instinct, on emotion, on protection. And while I'm not saying it's the right path, all right, I'm saying I understand why parents feel, pushed to that edge. We building caskets up in this bitch. Fuck 6 feet, yo. We building a hole that's 10 feet. No, man, we going down to the core to dig a hole for these motherfuckers and push them like we are fucking part of Sparta. All right? Push them over the fucking edge and throw them down that fucking hole so they can fucking reach the depths of hell. Because that's where the fuck these monsters belong. I'm saying I understand. So, what do you expect people to do when the system leaves them with no safe options? But since I know nobody's going to hit the link, all right, and I'm over here talking to myself, I might look crazy sometimes, I swear. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Let's move to the next topic, right? Unless y'all got something to say, all right, because this conversation ain't just about one case, one judge, all right, or one babysitter. It's about a pattern, a culture, a system that keeps failing kids and expecting parents to stay calm. And baby, calm left the building a long time ago. We're here to talk, to expose, to bring awareness, and to make sure these stories don't get swept under the rug. So before we move on, who's ready to speak up and who's still pretending silence is safe? So give me a minute while I get this next video real quick. Yes, it is all sickening. All of it.
They play like it was a game. No more shame.
Yeah. Riders for life. They play with your heart like it was just a game. Toxic words dripping with all that heavy shame. Manipulative ways that never could be tamed. Hurting you was a target, yeah, that's where they aim. Disrespect comes from every single pore. So intentions were rotten straight to the core. They knew the pain they had in store, yet they still left you wanting for more.
The actions were calculated and cold, leaving scars that never grow old. In their web of lies you were sold.
A story that's never been told.
I'm enduring and learning, yeah, that is the key. I'm becoming unshakable, as tough as can be. Riders for life, we won't let pain tear us down. It's here to build us up, make us strong and sound. Every struggle face head on until the rising sun. Riders for life, yeah, the battle is won. Unwavering light, yeah, the light that shines through the night.
They saw your vulnerability, they saw it so clear. Exploiting every moment without a single tear. Knowing the end result was gonna be fear. Waiting till you're broken, then they disappear. Extortion was the weapon they used to break your soul. Trying to take the pieces and maintain the control. But they didn't know the fire that was deep inside the hole. Now you're taking back the power and you're taking back the hope.
I was caught in the web, I was lost in the light, waiting for a reason just to say goodbye, but the truth is a mirror, and the truth is the way.
I'm waking up to a brand new day. I look at the stature, look at the way that we stand, walking out the trap with a steady hand. No longer a victim, we're masters of every wound. The frequency's changing, we're perfectly in tune. From the ashes we rose, now we're walking on the heat. Riders for life, we never admit defeat. The transformation is finished, the vision is clear. We conquered the struggle, and we conquered the fear.
Can you see the truth?
Yahweh was originally a lesser god in the Canaanite religion, so he was originally a havoc.
Shining through the night.
Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Shout out to Cruel82. Cruel82 says, I'm glad you're speaking on it because others turn their heads or seem incognizant. I mean, listen, a lot of people, I don't know why so many people are scared of this topic, right? Like, I swear that the majority of us got the same thoughts in mind. You see where I'm coming from? But when it comes to our kids, like, I fear anything, nothing in this world should hold us back. You see, like, maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm out of my. You see where I'm coming from? But everything I'm saying comes with him. See, I've experienced so much, witnessed so much that it's like I'm sitting here. We have choices, we have options, right? Our ancestors left messages behind for us. Like, we talk about these leaders, but never even comprehend what it is that they said. A lot was said before, they sat here and risked and gave their lives for us. But we sitting here, let me stop saying we. A lot of us are sitting here following trends. These are topics that need to be talked about, all right? And shout out to the ones that are speaking on it. And I'm bringing it up because I agree with a lot of the people that are bringing these topics up, right? The few that are bringing these topics up, right? I agree with y'all, but we're leaving something out, and this is why I bring these questions, all right? I ask these I hate when I can't pronounce words sometimes. I ask these provocative questions, all right, so that when I do go to these meetings and I do go meet up with these, governors, senators, mayors, and all that, when we do have a face-to-face and they ask their questions, I know what to come at them with. And a lot of y'all have helped me with that. And I really am. I'm really appreciative to the real ones. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. All right. I got a lot of real subscribers that care about their communities and want to make a difference. All right. So I do know that a lot of stuff that I put on here, right, it's mostly to motivate. That's why I started putting a lot of poetry out there, right? And I'm not just putting books for sale, right? I don't know if a lot of people know this, right? I read my poetry. I put it on my shorts. I put it on my TikToks to motivate. Man, I want to see if somebody could transform I'm transforming my poetry into lyrics. Shout out to Yaya for teaching me how to use the apps and stuff like that until I can get my little, my little system together, my little, how can I say, studio. All right. Shout out to my fiance who's going to help me and support me on that. So listen, man, like shit, I want people to make music out of the poetry because you can. For real. You can make rap, you can make trap, you can make R&B. I'm trying to bring R&B, soul back, a little bit of country, a little bit of Evanescence. All right, you know what I mean by that. All right, some people don't like Evanescence, but I love me some rock. All right, some heavy metal. Listen, I love me some Linkin Park, Evanescence, Creed, and shit. I want to bring a little bit of the old school back. All right, and what I experience and I see through life, I write it in my music. All right. So we're about to touch into this next subject. All right, we got a few more clips to get through. All right, if y'all want me to drop the link, let a shorty know, I'll drop it. But in the meantime, between time, man, facts. This is why we dive down rabbit holes up in this John. Facts. Shout out to Crew 82, yo. This why we be diving down rabbit holes, yo, man. Look, listen, I love diving down them rabbit holes, yo. But man, for real, listen, we be up in this John planting seeds of hope, okay? Real shit, seeds of hope.
Planting the seeds. You are the seed he is planting, a beacon in the night, darkening in the fire's glimmer, your light shining through the shadows, you break through with your love, the world anew, every ember that you ignite burns brighter in the morning light. Through the storm your love remains, an eternal flame without the pain. Every heart is a rhythm, every breath is a song, writers for life. We're staying strong. You are the seed he is sowing in the fire's dance. You are growing, writers for life, yeah. We're forever expanding, a beacon of hope. We're the last ones standing. Your heart's warm, a light in the night, guiding us through the endless fight. In the soil of the soul, the roots take hold, a story of glory that's gotta be told. You're the spark in the dark, the flame in the cold, a legacy rising, brave and bold. No more shadows, no more doubt in the mind, writers for life. We're leaving the struggle behind. From a tiny spark to a forest of light, we're reclaiming the day, we're owning the night. The seeds were planted in the tears and the strife, but look at the garden, look at the light. You are the seed he is sowing in the fire's dance. You are growing, writers for life, yeah. We're forever expanding, a beacon of hope. We're the last ones standing. Your heart's warm, a light in the night, guiding us through the endless fight. The light is expanding, it's reaching the sky. We're spreading our wings, we're learning to fly. The fire is burning, but it doesn't consume. Writers for life, we're clearing the room. Every seed is a promise, every flame is a sign. The future is yours, the future is mine. The flame is eternal, it never goes out. Writers for life, that's what it's about. From the sea to the sun, the work is being done. The victory Victory is here. The battle is won. You are the seed. He is sowing in the fire's dance. You are growing. Brightest for life. Yeah. We're forever expanding. A beacon of hope. We're the last ones standing. Your heart's warm. A light in the night. Guiding us through down the endless fight. The endless fight. The seed is growing.
And that's a fact, man. We're the only ones that can make a change within our communities, within our families. Like, we're the only ones. Listen, ain't nobody coming to save us. We got to save ourselves. All right, we got to stand up for ourselves. Listen, when I hear people talk about Malcolm X, all I hear is, well, Malcolm said by any means necessary. Well, he said a little more than that. All right, we have to get, own our own land. You see where I'm coming from? Build our own. We're architectures, all right? And he ain't the only one that left that message behind. Our ancestors have too. All right, like instead of repeating the cycle, all right, let's read in between the lines of what was left behind for us. Everything leads, back to the root. All right, the tree didn't get chopped off all the way. If the root is still in the ground, it grows back. But hey, people don't want to hear that. All right, they really don't. So let's talk about this case. All right, this case right here is about the family of a boy who got raped on a school bus. All right, and they're suing Jennings County School Corporation. And honestly, they should sue every inch of that system, because how the hell does something like this happen on a bus, right? With cameras. How does a driver not hear it? How does, a whole bus full of kids become a crime scene while the adult in charge is basically a seat warmer? This case sounds way too familiar. And I don't know if it's the same case, because it's like really sounding familiar. Somebody sent me this case on my inbox. All right. So the family is suing. I know we did a case like this. Oh my God. Like, deja vu from last year or the year before. Same pain, same pattern, same negligence, yo. Like, so how many times do we, have to see the same story before somebody finally fixes the damn script? I'm not sure if this is the same boy that we, reviewed and reacted to, I think, was it a year ago, 2 years ago? A little boy got sexually assaulted in a school bus. Things, were happening, and I was talking about how not just the little boy. I feel as though that the little boy that did the assaults and should have, received some type of counseling and stuff like that. But I also feel as though that the school bus driver, has to pay some type of consequences. How did this happen in your school bus while you was there? Like, there's not a little mirror right there you can see to the back. Like, you didn't hear this little boy plead or scream. I mean, I know he was nonverbal, but something had to have drawn your attention. Like, let's be real, he was getting sexually assaulted in the back of the bus. But you're telling me you didn't hear nothing. Not just that, cameras on the bus. All right, this is on tape. You're telling me that the people that are back at the CTV, right, where the security office is at, viewing this footage, right, and it's not the first time I've talked about this. Why is y'all viewing this footage and not calling this in? It's happened in the schools that have already cameras. It's happened in the buses before, and it's continuing to happen. All right, we made progress by putting cameras in the buses. Now we can see what's happening, who's doing it, right? If it's an adult, if it's a child. In this case, is a child. He is a child, no matter, what people say. He committed an adult act, yes, but he is still a child that must have been traumatized too at the end of the day. But the people that viewed this footage and didn't speak up or say nothing or, give a letter, phone call, email, like, this is happening, I saw this footage at this time, why are they not paying the consequences? So look, listen, we don't just bust our ass to try to get these resources for the people to work behind the desk to sit there and just warm the chair while the violence and the crime is still being committed. Like, it's like I'm watching The Purge. You see where I'm coming from? But let's take, God damn, Scam Likely. It's like I'm watching The Purge, all right? But let's take a look at this video real quick. No. What am I doing? There.
Night at 5. The family of a boy raped on a school bus. This was a bus for students with special needs. That family now is suing the Jennings County School Corporation.
And the lawsuit was filed in federal court just a day after a jury convicted Landon Doty of sexually assaulting the nonverbal 7-year-old boy with autism. Rich Nye has been covering this case since charges were filed against the teen last June. He has details on the suit and more reaction to the verdict tonight.
Yeah, I just got a copy of that civil lawsuit about 30 minutes ago. It also names not only the school corporation, but the bus driver and the bus monitor on that special needs school bus. The lawsuit claims the boy was assaulted on at least 4.
Hold on, wait a minute. So there was a monitor. See, this case is seeming more and more familiar. I think we reacted to this case, but it's been like 2 years, and that's why it's like, it's like, how can I say it? It's feeling deja vu for a sec. Like, and we spoke on it, and I think I said the same thing I'm saying right now. Like, everybody that seen this happen was there. Should pay consequences.
Bus. The lawsuit claims the boy was assaulted. Doty guilty of 4 counts of rape, 2 counts of child molesting, 4 counts of sexual battery, plus confinement and public indecency. Doty was 15 years old at the time of the sexual assaults last spring. The 7-year-old was assigned to sit next to Doty on the bus for students with special needs. Doty does not have special needs. He was put on that bus after vandalizing the seat on another bus. The lawsuit alleges that these preventable and horrific acts occurred as a result of a complete failure to properly supervise and protect a vulnerable, nonverbal child who depended entirely on the adults charged with his care.
On April 16th of 2025, did you do anything sexual?
No. Doty testified in his own defense that he was just bouncing the boy on his knee and stroking his hair with the boy's head on his lap. The jury watched an hour of bus surveillance video and saw sexual assaults.
You can see that if somebody's already got you to thinking that. Yes, you can make it seem like it's anything that I tell you it is. If I tell you enough and you hear it enough, you're going to think that's what it is, even if it's not. I can be down here doing dishes. If you can't see me in the sink doing what I'm doing, you can say I'm doing whatever you want to say I'm doing.
Jennings County Prosecutor Brian Belding provided a statement that included this case was about protecting a vulnerable child and ensuring the child's voice was heard. The jury carefully considered the evidence, and we are grateful for their service in delivering justice. The attorneys for the victim's family said that while no verdict can undo the profound harm to the victim, the family believes that some measure of justice was served. A sentencing date is not yet scheduled for Landon Doty. His grandmother says they will appeal his conviction. And I reached out to the Jennings County School Corporation today. I have not received any response yet in regards to either the verdict yesterday or the federal lawsuit filed today.
All right, keep us posted. Rich, thank you.
That's wild. You got the card? Can you grab another one? All right. Listen, that case was wild, right? Like, it's a shame, right? No. It's a tragedy. The things happening around us, right? And people act like it's rare, like it's isolated. Like it's unthinkable, baby. It's happening so often, it's practically, a category. right? Like, it's a category on the news, but that's not even the point. The point is this, right? A 15-year-old sexually assaulted a 7-year-old on a bus with other kids present, with a driver present, and nobody stopped it. Nobody noticed. Nobody intervened. But we're leaving out the fact that obviously, these kids were nonverbal, right? So they can't really speak up. But what was the driver doing? Not once did he stop to go check to see, why the kids are making noise. You see where I'm coming from? Why is there so much movement, right? What's going on in the back of the bus? Why, is something different today? I mean, I can go about this in so many ways. So what does that say about the adults we trust with our children every day? And I've said this before. Not just adults can be predators. Some kids, all right, some kids become predators. Why? Because of the trauma they lived, the things they've seen, the things they've done to them. They become mirrors of their own pain. They repeat what was done to them. All right, they reenact what they never, healed from. And that doesn't excuse it, but it explains the cycle, right? The cycle of, hurt kids sometimes become hurting kids. So how do we break a cycle that keeps passing trauma down like a family heirloom? It's something that, that only we how can I say, us as a community could try to find a way. But how do we do it while we're divided? Cool says, these type of cases aren't even shocking anymore. This is not the way it's supposed to be. That's a fact. No remorse at all. Demons. What up, dude? What up, dude? We got Detroit in the building, bud. Shout out to the word, man. Make sure y'all go check out my big bro. All right. Great conversations. Great topics. Let me see. I think I got to do, let me see. It's exclamation word. Yep. Make sure y'all go check out the word. If y'all type down exclamation word, all right, his channel will pop out. The link to his channel will pop out. But this is the part that, nobody wants to talk about. People get uncomfortable when you say kids can be predators too. I don't know why, but it's the truth. Trauma doesn't care about age. Pain doesn't care about age. Violence doesn't care about age. And if a child never gets help, never gets therapy, never gets, intervention, that pain festers, all right? It mutates. It spills onto someone else. And now you've got two victims. The one who was hurt and the one who was never healed. So why do we wait until a child, harms another child before we take their trauma seriously? And this is something that I've said time after time. But people, some people out here be like, well, I know my child. My child ain't care. How do you know your child? How do you know what your child's been through? Do you even know your child's favorite color? You know how your child feels on a daily? Do you even talk to your child? Do you have a conversation with your child? Do you spend time with your child? And I'm not trying to be a bitch, but there's a lot of parents out here that don't know their child from a can of motherfucking paint, but they swear they do up and down. Same parents that, have their kids out here terrorizing the damn communities. Are the same parents out here beating other parents' heads that are doing the same, not the same, doing the right thing. And they're not following someone else's narrative. But let's be real. This didn't happen in silence. This happened on a bus, right? A moving vehicle with noise, with kids, with chaos, with a driver who should have been alert. Cameras rolling, eyes everywhere, and still nobody saw a damn thing. We understand the kids. They're nonverbal. But we know they drew attention. That's negligence, yo. That's failure. That's a system asleep at the wheel. All right. And now a 7-year-old has to live with something no child should ever experience. So how many adults failed that child before the assault even happened? And here's the question that keeps punching me in the face. Can a 15-year-old get help and change? Or is it too late? I want to believe in healing. I want to believe in therapy. I want to believe in intervention. But I also know trauma can twist a young mind into something dangerous if nobody steps in early. And once a child crosses that line, once they harm another child, the road back is a long, how can I say, it's a long one. All right? Dark and uncertain. So how do we balance compassion for a traumatized teen with justice for an innocent 7-year-old? That's hard. In between a nail on the wall. Why do some people hear me talking like this, right? Because my past doesn't determine who I am. And I can't let my past get in the middle, right, of what I'm saying right now. The whole point is trying to bring a solution to the table, figuring how we move forward and how we, bring resolutions to situations like this. Not adding fuel to the fire. My heart breaks every time I hear a story where a kid is involved in this type of stuff, because kids shouldn't be living, adult nightmares. Kids shouldn't be carrying trauma that weighs more than their backpacks. Kids shouldn't be learning, how can I say, about violence before they learn multiplication. And yet, here we are. Another child harmed, another child harming, another family shattered, another system exposed. So how many broken children does it take before we finally admit the whole structure is failing? At the end of the day, this case isn't just, about one bus, one driver, one teen, or one victim. It's about a society that keeps reaching instead of preventing. It's about schools that don't train their staff. It's about systems that don't intervene early. It's about trauma that goes untreated until it explodes. And it's about us, the community, trying to figure out, how to protect kids in a world that keeps failing them. So now that we've, seen this pattern again, what are we willing to, do differently? See, the offender needs to have his home investigated, the 15-year-old. All right, his internet activity needs to be checked. His whole environment looked at, from top to bottom, because behavior like that doesn't come out of nowhere. And that 7-year-old will never be the same. That's the part that breaks me. Kids don't bounce back from trauma like it's, how can I say, a scraped knee. They carry it in their bones, in their sleep, in the way they, trust or don't trust the world. And the adults around them, the bus driver, the monitor, they need to be investigated too. So how many adults get to say, I didn't know, before we admit that not knowing, it's his own kind of failure? And whoever, thought putting a troubled kid on a special education bus as a punishment was a good idea, need to be held accountable too. Because that's not discipline, that's negligence. That's putting vulnerable children in harm's way. You cannot put a child with a history of acting, with a history of acting out, right, next to a nonverbal child who can't speak up, can't report, can't defend themselves. That's not just a bad decision, that was a fucking setup from the start. So why do these people, why do the people making decisions, right? That's a fucking plane. God damn, that plane sounded like it was so close to my house. What the fuck? Lord have mercy. Damn, that shit felt like it was on top of the crib. Man. Hold up. My bad. Look, listen. That was a bad idea. They need to be held accountable. That's not discipline. That's negligence. All right. Like, why do the people making decisions for these kids seem to understand? How can I say? I'm gonna put it like this. Why do the people making decisions for kids seem to understand kids the least? It's like they don't understand these kids, but yet y'all in that environment involved. That's involving kids. My bad. Let me pay attention to the chat real quick. I'm over here just running my mouth off, aren't I? Right? Who's this? We got Atmosphere Guy in the building. Blessings. Big shout out to Atmosphere Guy. Let me see. Cruel82 says, can't nothing happen to mines without me not knowing. I see it before it even happens. These people just don't. Yo, yes. Facts. I'm glad somebody else is saying it. Because when I say it, some people think I'm fucking tripping. Like I belong at Friends Hospital. One of these days, I think I'm going to drive myself down to Friends Hospital to see if I'm fucking actually crazy or not. Or like, I don't know. Like, but anyways. All right, we're about to move into this next topic in 1 second, man. Listen, man, we're not hitting Philly today, all right? We hitting North Texas, all right? And it's wild. It's wild. Give me 1 second, all right?
Riders for life, we don't just ride, we fight to rebuild and reclaim the light. Riders for life, surviving warriors of the pen, turning every end into a reason to begin. We bleed, think, we heal the scars from the concrete streets to the highest star.
Shout out to Philly, yo. Welcome to Philly.
In the darkness of your mind, time stood so unkind, but you fall through the night and greeted this, the morning light. In this moment of despair, weighed heavily in the air, yet you found strength deep inside to keep going with pride.
So let the ink flow like the tears we used to cry. We're painting masterpieces underneath the heavy sky. Can't stop the motion, no, we're breaking through the wall, standing on the promise that we'll never truly fall.
Sometimes the silence is the loudest sound of all. Watching your own shadow try to make you feel small. But the ink is the medicine, the paper is the home, where the broken find a kingdom and a place to call their own.
Through the shadows you thread, battling demons in your head. But with each passing day, you find a new way to stay. You survive nights so long and cold, with courage and heart so bold. Now bask in the golden skies above, for you've conquered with love. Look at the mirror, see the fire in your gaze. You walk through the static in the suffocating haze. Now your voice is a weapon, your story is the key, unlocking all the doors for the ones who'll follow me. No more silence, no more hiding in the dark. Every word we speak is a flame, every soul a spark. Turn the trauma into power, turn the hurt into a throne. Proof that even in the struggle we were never on our own. Can you hear the rhythm? Can you feel the shift? This is the moment, this is the gift. We ain't just survivors, we're the architects of fate. Pushing through the pressure, clearing out the hate. Writers for life, stand up and be heard. The world is waiting on your very last word. Writers for life, we don't just write, we fight to rebuild and reclaim the light. Writers for life, surviving warriors of the pen, turning every end into a reason to begin. We bleed the ink, we heal the scars from the concrete streets to the highest star. Every ending, yeah, is just a reason to begin.
Keep your head up, we rebuild golden skies. Keep your head up, we rebuild golden skies.
Yes. Scroll 82. Listen, a shorty is from Philly. A shorty is from Philly, yo. Welcome to Philly, baby. Yes. Listen. This, Philly is where my blood. Listen, Philly is in my blood. All right.
Welcome to Philly, baby. They call it Philadelphia. HP, baby, where Shorty's blood runs deep in the pavement. She wasn't born here, but the streets did the raising. Straight from Ponce, Puerto Rico, that's the origin. Taino roots in the marrow, indigenous skin. Proclaiming the heritage, both lands in her veins. In the world where they're charging for the fair in the rain. But HP is the Shorty's home, even when her heart bleeds. Watching the struggle grow like some poisonous weeds. Looking around, the Shorty just lost in the maze. Questions in the dark, living life in the haze. Egos on fire, everybody's offended. Screaming for a change while the cycle's extended. We try to break chains, try to reach for the goal, but the anger and the pride take a toll on the soul. Opinions get silenced in the shirt and in view. In the HP community where Shorty grew up. Back then it was love, didn't matter the block. We were vibing together, never looking at the clock. No matter the colors or the place we were from, we were solid as a rock. Never felt we had to run, then a shift happened. Innocence on the floor, kids going missing, death knocking at the door. Mistaken identity, now the hate's in the eyes. I miss the old days before the truth turned to lies. Case plan side, this land's backing. In love the community, just shaking our heads. Strings on their backs, they're so easily led. Waiting for a savior or a puppet master command. While the real warriors rise up to take a stand. Young yield in spirit, the voices revealing. Trying to find a cure for the pain we're all feeling. Offering solutions for a brand new day. But the system is a wall that won't move out the way. Look, now it's all about race, who can take, who can gain. Talking about progress while they faking the change. They don't care about the residents living the life. They just stir up the trouble and they sharpen the knife. Deep in my soul, there's a wish that unfolds to flip back the script on the stories they told. Our kids are like sponges, they're soaking the scene, mimicking the monsters and the things that they've seen. Locked in a cage, in a prison's embrace, acting gangster for a crowd while they losing the race. Parents getting lazy, just losing the grip. Communication dying, watching everyone slip. Gunfire escalates, the bitterness flips. Parents and the children on some enemy trips. You demand that they change, but you refuse to lead. When the guidance is hollow, how can they succeed? Riders for life, riders for life, riders for life. We are. HP, we struggle, we fight just to breathe. We spitting this truth for the ones who believe. Unleash in the spirit, let the words start to glow. HP's in a Shorty's blood, now you're in the know. A Shorty from Poles representing the spot. North Philly, baby, HP, baby, believe it or not. Riders for life, riders for life, we are. Riders for life, riders for life, we out. Riders for life, we out, riders for life.
I had to pull a Will Smith on that. I welcome to Philly, baby. HP in the house. Listen, man. I love me, Philly, yo. Listen, if I was to move, I'll move from the block. All right. I've been in this community my whole life, but I won't leave Philadelphia. I ain't leaving Pennsylvania. All right. Like, listen. I may not be a sports fan. All right. But my blood, right? My blood bleeds green. I'm from Philly. I've been raised in Philly since I was a baby. Listen, and guess what? My roots, my culture is in both lanes, whether people like it or not. All right. Like, as crazy as it sounds, y'all, but Philly is in my veins, yo. I fight for my communities. I don't care where I'm at, each and every one of my communities. But this community right here is special to me, all right? As a kid, I grew up in it, like a kid living in a village, all right? For real. We was a community at one point. We was a village. Then, when the disappearances and all that happened, especially the disappearance of Ariana de Jesus, all right? The young bulls getting shot out here due to mistaken identity, all that shit happened. A lot of the community started getting divided, but we was together at one point, right? Or at least for what I've seen as a kid. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, listen, everybody had their ups and downs, all right? People, they beefed and they got over it, but the way we is now was not how I remember it when I was a kid. All right. The way I see shit now is not the way I see it when we was a kid. Listen, the adults used to be able to pull us by our ear and bring us to our parents. Let an adult do that shit now. We gonna look at that motherfucker like, why the fuck you touching my kid? Listen, man. Shout out to Ariana de Jesus' mother. All right, like, dude, she got some justice finally back in January. All right. They arrested that fucking bastard, Alexis Flores, and I hope they put him in a motherfucking casket, but we know they not. We know they not, but that bastard deserves to be in a motherfucking casket because of what he did to that little girl. All right? But at least that mother got, some justice. All right? But let's move on to the next topic, all right? Because, it's another punch in the chest too, all right? We're about to talk about, listen, the 3 North Texas firemen arrested on child abuse charges. All right, firemen, right? The people we're supposed to trust, the people we, call in emergencies, the people kids look up to. I sure as hell do. Like, listen, I did when I was a kid growing. Listen, to me, ever since I was a little girl, all right, I used to say it then, and I'm gonna say it now. Firefighters are the real heroes. So when I look. All right, and why I say that before anybody jumps to conclusions, let me say why I say that. I look at them as the real heroes because, listen, a fucking cop, unless, he's from the community and he's, been advocating for his community, that motherfucker ain't jumping in no fucking hot house that's burning, none of that. These motherfuckers, listen, that I've seen cops drive by while motherfuckers is killing each other, just using fists. All right, I've seen cops stand in corners while motherfuckers are selling drugs, while they fucking motherfuckers that are walking down the street with a Dutch in their hand talking about, you got drugs. Like, what the fuck? Look, listen, you know what? Let me not even get to that. All right, like, you know what? There are some good cops out there. There are some good cops out there, but it's unfortunate that we got a lot of fucked up officers, in duty. All right, I ain't gonna sit here and lie. But a firefighter will run into a building, all right, that's burning, right, and save the kids. So when I hear stories like this, and I'll be like, damn, man, it's just everywhere. All right, but it go figure. Law and Order has been teaching us this since we was kids, all right? I've been watching Law and Order since I was fucking 10 years old, all right? Olivia Benson is someone I used to really look up to and admire. I wanted to become a special victims, all right, detective when I was young, right? But somehow, some way, my anger took me another path. If I wouldn't have, let myself be driven so much by that anger. Hold on, I got a message on this joint. Am I still live? All right, I need somebody to hit a 1 down below. Am I still live? Because YouTube just sent me a message right now. I don't know if I'm being interrupted, if I'm still going live, what's going on. I just need to know that I'm still live. Can anybody let me know in the chat down below? You know what? Oh, there could be a delay on the fucking phone too, man. All right, I'm still live. All right. So it seems like YouTube is having some technical difficulties. Hopefully not. But all right, like I was saying, back on topic. I appreciate you. Shout out to Cruel 82. Like I was saying, back on topic, right? Like I wanted to. Like if I wouldn't have let my anger, get the best of me as a kid and pushed away the people that were really trying to help me, right? And I didn't realize it until I had my own kid and I became an adult, and then I started seeing what the people that was around me was really trying to do when I was sitting here standing up fighting for my own child. You see where I'm coming from? And it's crazy. Like, and those same people were the same people that say, yo, it's never too late, all right, to get your shit together, get your act together, and do what you gotta do. They stood there. All right. They showed me what loyalty was, what, a family was, what a community was. All right. And they've been rocking out with me since I was a kid, from social workers to people within the community. All right. Listen, it's one old head to this day. All right. She looked out for me. She backed me up in so many things that to this day, she's my mom Dukes. People like, why you call her Mom Dukes? Man, that's everybody Mom's Duke. All right. She took care of a lot of these kids out here. All right, and helped us get on our feet, get our shit together. As crazy as she is, as shout out as she is, man, we love our Mom Dukes. All right, like I got my own mom. All right, my mom was there. People know the story between me and my mom, but this lady right here took me under her freaking wing. Her husband took me under his wing. Like that's Pops right there. Every time we see him, that's Pops. Like, so, like back then it was different. Now everything. Well, and this is why I say street justice. Street justice is what's needed, yo. Like, when you look at firefighters, you don't think of them like, oh shit, they're just gonna be out here in the communities trying to target little girls, right? But hey, here we are today talking about it. They are, right? And it's not the first time, I've brought out videos like this. I've talked about this, right? We got firefighters accused of the very thing they're supposed to, protect us from, this crap. All right. And I'm not saying they're supposed to protect us of sexual assault. What I'm saying, they're adults. All right. They when they see something like this happening, I don't think they're supposed to stand by, and look and let it happen. But they're committing the motherfucking crimes themselves. All right. Like, so who do we trust when the people we're taught to, trust keep betraying the trust? Did I say that right? Did it come out messed up? I hope not. Like, these abusers are literally everywhere. All right, that's the part that keeps parents up at night. It's not just, it's not just strangers in the dark alleys, right? It's people with badges, uniforms, titles, reputations. It's people who smile in your face and shake your hand, right? It's people who, how can I say, blend in, all right? And that's why, I keep saying, watch your children, not out of fear, but out of awareness, out of protection, out of love. So how do we stay vigilant without letting, fear shallow the joy of raising our kids? I'm hoping I'm saying these things, that I'm touching y'all in the right way, right? Because it's like, I'm so tired of the division and, division and religion ain't getting us nowhere. For real. All right. And no disrespect. All right. And like, no ill will intent towards anybody that has a religion. Listen, I believe in God, nothing more, nothing less. I love learning about people's religions, right? About people that actually practice their religion. Not those that say, well, I have a religion, but don't even know what they're talking about. I have respect for the ones that, practice that, John. They know exactly what they're talking about. But anyways, here's the part that haunts me. Imagine how young kids have, been assaulted but never came forward. Kids who were scared, kids who, who were threatened, kids who didn't have the words, kids who thought nobody would believe them, kids who grew up carrying secrets that were, never theirs to hold. The silence is louder than the headlines. So how many stories stay buried because the world doesn't make it safe for the kids to speak, right? And I'm trying to use the right words, all right? Listen, when I first started, I used to be so ratchet that it's not a joke. And I didn't give a fuck, all right? I really didn't. I didn't care who said what because I was trying to get a message across. But now I know, all right, that, not everybody's against you, all right? But when I first started, all right, guys, I was 25 years old. I started on Facebook. Chill. I was trying to defend my son. And then, everything else just happened. All right, I thought somebody wrote something. No, okay, I already read that. All right, let's get back on topic. All right, and then, getting back on topic. All right, talking about the firefighters. What I think is crazy, all right, when it comes to these 3 firefighters, what I think is crazy is how they got administrative leave. All right, administrative leave for, people accused of harming children. Administrative leave, like it's how can I say, a paperwork issue, like it's, how can I say, a scheduling conflict, like it's not the most serious accusation a person can face. It makes you wonder what the government is doing or not doing, right? Or not doing. I gotta say it both ways. What are they doing, or what are they not doing? Like it makes you wonder how many people slip through the cracks because the system is more worried about liability than safety. Because when you look at these laws and these policies, they're not protecting the victims, they're protecting the predators. A lot of these predators are in these streets, look, faster than I don't even know what, faster than Speed Racer can drive his car, maybe. Faster than Sonic can, I guess, race around the world. I ain't fucking lying. And I question that shit, like, why? How? Where's the justice? And y'all wonder why parents talk about street justice. Yo, that's why on this channel we build caskets up in this joint. Like, this is why communities get loud. This is why parents speak out. This is why people demand change. Because if we don't talk about it, if we don't shine the light, if we don't call it out, then the silence becomes a shield for the people, doing harm. And we're not doing that here. All right. Not on this platform. All right. We have a voice. So we're going to bring awareness because it saves lives. So what happens if we stop talking? Who gets protected then? I mean, I think it's going to be worse. And then when you think about it, look at what's happening. What's going to happen when there's no cameras around, when there's no lights, no nothing, when the world turns into fucking Mad Max? Let's be real. Look at what's happening around us. At the end of the day, these stories aren't just headlines. All right. They're warnings. They're reminders. They're calls to action. And even though the world feels heavy, even though the system feels broken, even though the stories feel, how can I say, endless, we keep talking. We keep pushing. We keep demanding better because kids deserve better. Families deserve better. Communities deserve better. So now that we've, laid it out, laid all this out, what's the next truth that we need to face? Like, there's a lot of shit going on, right? But at the end of the day, man, look, listen. Yes. At the end of the day, this is America, land of the free, right? This is where, a little girl, a little teen girl decides to, how can I say, get pregnant, right? And they'll give her food stamps. They'll assist her in every single way. But let a little boy have a kid, get a girl pregnant. They say, fuck him. He gets lost in the system. Why? Am I tripping? Let me see. I know I'm not going crazy. So before we press play on this video, I'm going to try to hear this. I didn't have it on the John. But this is America, land of the free. All right. Where little girls decide to get pregnant, at a teen age and they get all the aid and support. But the little boy, hey, they push him to the side. So welcome to America, all right, where they protect the motherfucking predators.
Just saying this. Just don't make no sense to me. We should be focused on how to come together and fix our communities. This is America.
Right is for life. Should be him. This is America. This is America, land of the free, where you gotta pay for water, even the air you breathe. Where you gotta pay for water, even the air you breathe. Y'all screaming Black Lives Matter, then turn around and kill each other and watch our kids die. Then turn around and ask why like it don't matter. This is America, where a teen girl loses her way. Don't know what she wanna be. She
wanna go have 3 or 4 babies and we'll give her a house and stamps. We'll aid and assist her life because she lost her path. But a young boy has a baby, his life is damn near over. The system turns his back and lets the cold wind blow.
And it's a cycle, we keep spinning the same gears, drowning in the same doubts, crying the same tears. We feed the problem, then we wonder why it grows. We're just writing tragedy on every single page. Write it for life, witnessing the price we pay. Write it for life, in a land where the truth's gray. From the blocks to the cells, we don't ever fold. A story of a cycle that's gotta be told. Write it for life, see the pain in every line. Searching for a better sign.
Yeah, nowadays you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Nowadays your friends turn into enemies, and your family members are your biggest haters. This is America where they protect the predators and bash the victims. See the envy in your eyes, yet you're begging for my trust. I can't tell if you're a brother or a snake in the dust. I mean, back then when I was naive, I played it cool. Now I'm older, some say wise, and I'm nobody's fool.
They just don't understand. They just don't understand that when you're in pain and alone, that's when you really know who you can really depend on. You say you were a friend. Where were you when I needed a hand?
Sure.
You was following a trend.
We got guns in the streets, magazines in every corner, but no mental health clinics, just a spirit that's a mourner. Kids and parents on a bitter trip, stuck in the struggle. People watching my pockets, trying to pop my bubble. Instead of fixing their soul, they judging my pace. But I ain't in no competition, I'm in my own race, trying to be a better me than the one from yesterday. While you drown in the hate and watch me get away, it's funny how karma has a tendency of coming back to the dog pound, where the loyalty is what you lack.
Write it for life, witnessing the price we pay. Write it for life, in a land where the truth's gray. From the blocks to the cell, we don't ever fold. A story of a cycle that's gotta be told. Write it for life, see the pain in every line. Write it for life, searching for a better sign. Welcome to America, land of the free, where you gotta pay for water, even the air you breathe. Write us for life. Forever.
3 North Texas firefighters are facing child sex crime charges.
2 of them, David Perez and Dalton McCaslin, are charged with sex assault. A third, Joshua Riles, is charged with indecency. Police documents reveal all 3 cases involved the same accuser. She says the abuse occurred when she was 16 years old and working for the Howe Volunteer Fire Department in Grayson County as a junior firefighter. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager has more from the police documents tonight. Peyton?
Steve and Heather, this investigation began in May of 2025. That is when a young woman came forward with these allegations against 3 Howe volunteer firemen dating back to 2022. Now, this young woman told police she was sexually assaulted around 30 times when she was just 16 years old. Now, Howe police said they took immediate action, and then they called in the Texas Rangers to take over. 3 North Texas firefighters are now charged with child sex crimes. David Perez Glass, Joshua Riles, and Dalton McCaslin were arrested by Texas state troopers on Thursday following a 10-month-long investigation. A young woman whose name has been redacted in documents obtained by Fox 4 says she was victimized by these men when she was a 16-year-old junior firefighter at the Howe Volunteer Fire Department in Grayson County in 2022. Police say Perez Glass coerced the girl to have sex from January 2022 to January 2023 while alone at the fire station and also at a storage facility in Van Alstyne. She also said Perez Glass told her he would rape her and do things to her parents and that he would kill her if she ever told anyone. The woman also said on her 17th birthday, Perez Glass said he no longer wanted a relationship now that she was of legal
age. According to How Fire's Facebook page, the same year the alleged abuse occurred, Perez Glass was awarded Firefighter of the Year. Dalton McCaslin, in an interview with investigators earlier this month, confessed he knew the girl was younger than 17 when the two had sex at his apartment in December of 2022. The third, Joshua Riles, also admitted to having a sexual interaction with the girl while she was at the Howe fire station. At the time of their arrests, all three men had full-time jobs across North Texas. Perez Glass employed at Irving Fire since 2023, now on administrative leave. McCaslin also on administrative leave from Allen Fire, where he's been for more than 2 years. And Melissa Fire says Riles resigned from the department right before he was arrested last week. The city of Melissa had just awarded Riles Paramedic of the Year.
1, discuss, consider, and act upon job description for the fire chief.
Howe's city council members voted at the March 17th meeting to post the vacant fire chief position. The previous chief, Robert Monet, submitted his resignation last month. The council didn't share a reason for the sudden departure. Again, this investigation, Stephen, Heather, has been going on close to a year, but those interviews with those three firefighters, that just happened this month in March. That comes after months of interviews with other witnesses and waiting for subpoenas and that information to come back, mostly surrounding evidence from social media channels, including Snapchat.
Damn, I was in mute the whole time. It be getting deep out here, don't it, man? It's us versus the system, and I don't get tired of saying it.
Yeah. They see the smoke, but never the fire. Writers for life. We don't just write, we rebuild. Listen. Yeah. They only check the frequency when there's a crime to report. But we're all royalty inside even when the pockets are short. See, the helping hand is usually just a leech in disguise. Waiting for the moment that you're gone, no truth in their eyes. I was sitting with the pen, torn between the vibes and the facts. Should I give them something melodic to just kill them with raps? I can make the rhythm bounce, make the whole room dance. Or I can paint the picture of the struggle, give them a glance at the daily, the gritty, the real.
Maybe I should tell you it's okay to keep the peace. Avoid the dilemma, let the tension release. But my conscience is calling, I'm back at the table, serving up the truth, cause the system isn't stable. It ain't about the celebration.
Yeah. It ain't about the celebration, we're a nation divided. When we should be on our knees, spirits united. We see a tragedy and turn it to a meme for a laugh. Then we wonder why we're walking on a broken down path. If this is the present, I'm scared for the sequel, where the cloud is the guide, but we've forgotten the people. I'm watching violence rise high while the innocence fades. The essence of a home is getting lost in the shades. I can't sit with arms crossed staring at the machine. If I'm silent in the chaos, then my hands ain't clean. As guilty as the trigger man, as cold as the crowd. Recording for 1,000 views, screaming it loud. Exposing the lies, just to feed the obsession. While the government sits back, dodging the question. We took the soul out the math, lost the equation. Now we're just a fragmented, hollowed out nation. Nowadays they make a joke out of a life that was lost. A permanent cause for a temporary post was the cost. They claim to be lyricists, claim to be kings, but they trapped in the illusion of these shiny ass things. Nothing good left to write. Yeah. Talking about the drills and the work with a sense of pride, until the script flips and you're on the other side. National Guard can't fix what's broken within. The bars don't heal the scars or the weight of the sin. They say time heals all, man, that's a lie and a half. I seen time flash by and leave a jagged edge path. Left me on standby, looking at the man in the mirror saying you're everything. As the unless you walk the mile. Don't speak on my name, we might share the same street, but we don't play the same game. Look both ways when you cross me, that's on everything. Yeah. We don't just write, we rebuild. Check the blueprint.
Man, this is why I say constantly talk to your kids. All right, talk to your teens. Talk to them like, you know, their safety depends on it, because it does. Teach them the signs of grooming, the definition of abuse, the red flags that predators use. You know, how can I say, teach them the red flags that predators use, all right, to slip into, how can I say, their lives like shadows. Teach them about the threats, the manipulation, the don't tell anyone tactics. Kids don't know these things unless we tell them. And predators count on that silence. So why do we leave kids unprepared for dangers we already know exist? And let's be real, all right? Maybe I could be wrong on this, but y'all can correct me, all right? At any given time, y'all can correct me on what I'm about to say, all right? It's like grown men want little girls instead of grown women. How backwards is society, yo? How twisted, how sick. This isn't attraction. This isn't performance, all right? This is a mental disorder, a sickness, all right, of the soul, a corruption of humanity, and the fact that it's happening so often, so casually, so boldly, it makes you wonder what the hell is going on, all right, in people's minds. So how do we get, you know, to a place where innocence become a target, all right, instead of something to, you know, how can I say? Yeah, I'm saying it right. How do we get to a place where, you know, innocence don't become a target? There you go. That's the word I was missing. Instead of something, you know, how can I say, to protect? Because it's like, you know, when we was younger, we was able to roam these streets like nothing. Did this happen? Yes. But because the communities existed, right, together, united, it didn't happen as often. But when we started dividing, the more we started dividing, the more we started following, well, the more people, let me stop saying we, the more people started following trends, the easier it got for these predators to target our children. And that's why these laws are more, you know, meant to protect them than to protect our children, than to protect the victims. Nowadays, calling 911 feels like gambling, right? You're rolling the dice, hoping your emergency, you know, is worse than the people they send out to handle it. That's a terrifying thought. The people meant to protect us, you know, should never be a risk factor. But here we are. Another case, another betrayal, another uniform, you know, stained by the actions of someone who never deserved, you know, the badge in the first place. So how do we trust the system when the, you know, helpers sometimes become the harm? And these 3 firefighters, the ones arrested on child sex abuse, that's a whole new level of disgusting. Firefighters are supposed to be heroes, right? I mean, according that was the plea growing up. The, you know, the ones kids looked up to. I mean, I was one of them. Shit. So yeah, it does break my heart every time I see one do this. The ones who, you know, who run towards danger, not create it. But the first one threatening to kill her and hurt her family, that's, man, was a firefighter. That's not just abuse. That's terror. That's psychological warfare. That's cruelty layered on top of cruelty. So what does it say about society when even the heroes need to be watched? Am I tripping? I mean, ain't nobody telling me I'm tripping right now. So I'm going to continue to say what I'm saying. Because ain't no shame in my game. This crap has gotten so out of control, right? So out of hand, it feels like every day is another headline, another warning, another reminder that predators, right, don't look like monsters. They look like neighbors, co-workers, babysitters, teachers, firefighters. They blend in. They hide in plain sight. And that's why parents stay, on edge, because the danger isn't always out. How can I say outside? My bad, inside the house, right? Sometimes it's standing right in front of you smiling, right? While you're on your way to the store, to school, to work, shopping, to a doctor's appointment. It's there. And think about how many kids have been assaulted but never come forward. Kids who were scared, kids who were, threatened, kids who didn't have the words, kids who thought nobody would believe them. Kids who grow up carrying secrets that were never theirs to hold. The silence is bigger than the headline. And that's the part that keeps, me up at night. So how many stories stay buried because the world doesn't make it safe for the kids to speak? And then you hear, about pedophiles being put on administrative leave. Administrative leave. Like, it's a, how can I say, a scheduling issue. Like it's a paperwork problem. Like it's not one of the most serious accusations a person can face. It makes you question everything, the hiring, the oversight, the accountability, the priorities, because the system can't, protect kids. Then what is it even doing? So why does the system move faster to protect reputations than, to protect children? What's the whole point of putting, your vote in and to, make these politicians get into office, that make these promises? It makes you think, should, we even vote? Because these politicians ain't doing what they're supposed to. These so-called leaders are sitting on their chairs, just warming up the chair for the next motherfucker to, hey, come sit down and make it even warmer. Like at the end of the day, we all we can do is, stay aware, stay loud, stay protective, and stay connected. Because predators thrive in silence, but communities thrive in truth. And you bring, all of you bring that truth. Every time y'all speak up. Those that are content creators when they go live. All right. We all force, people to look at what they've, rather ignore. We make people uncomfortable through conversations that are necessary. And that's how, change starts. With voices that refuse to shut the fuck up like they tell us to. Real shit. When I was a kid, right, and I was surviving the world that I was surviving, I always, I always wondered, like, damn, like, who can I trust? Who can I go to? Who can I say this to? See, people don't seem to understand that it's hard for kids to even trust anybody when the first person that they think they're supposed to, that are supposed to protect them, those that are supposed to protect them, whether it's a mom, a dad, a sister, a father. I mean, I said father already. A firefighter, a police officer, a grandfather. You see where I'm coming from? Once those people betray that trust, there's no going back. And I know from experience, because the first person that I thought was meant to protect me, betrayed me. And it was a while where I was taking care of this person when this person was supposed to be taking care of me. I was forced to grow up ahead of time. So I know, I know what it is. I'm a survivor. I'm a surviving warrior. All right. And we don't just fight, we fight to rebuild. See, my heart feels, but it feels for these kids, right? The ones that don't get no justice and don't know how to defend themselves, right? When it comes to these predators, man, everybody knows how I feel. Listen, as a kid, right, I grew up having a hard time because of what happened in my past, right? I didn't know who I could trust, who I can go to, right? And I know that a lot of these kids go through the same thing, especially when I hear their stories. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listening to their stories, right, doesn't, I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, words can't even explain, like, what some of us, right, as real parents, right, that care for our kids would do to these predators, right? And I could understand. That's why I say I understand definitely why, a lot of us, right, and a lot of parents out there, prefer street justice. which is going to lead us to this next conversation that we're about to have. All right. Let's talk about this Fort Worth case. All right. The family claiming a man shot someone, he believed was a threat to his niece. And now they're calling him the criminal. That's the part that twists my stomach, because when you hear a story like that, your first instinct isn't, legal definitions. It's protection. All right. It's fear. It's not my babies. It's the kind of, instinct that wakes up in your bones before, your brain even catches up. So why does the system judge instant like that? Like it's a crime instead of a human reaction to danger. Right? They're painting him like he's some kind of villain, but to a lot of people, especially me, but I ain't the only one, trust me. To a lot of people, he looks like someone, who refused to stand by and do nothing. Real shit. I mean, I know that in a lot of situations, right, when something happens, especially when you don't expect it to happen, we wouldn't know what to do. But I'm telling you, let a predator touch my child. I'm telling you, I'm turning into Griselda Blanco. And I don't give a fuck. I'll call the cops myself. Real shit. 911, what's your emergency? I just killed this motherfucker. Come get him. Have the handcuffs ready to start your investigation. I don't give a fuck. Man or woman, you could fucking get this smoke. Alright? And I ain't fucking missing my target. I ain't one of these little, what they call themselves, YNs, female or male. Like, listen, when it comes to our kids, like, enough is enough. We're losing too many of our kids. And I think Jennifer Lewis said it best, man. Take away their funds before they take away your sons. But we've been giving them so many funds and we've been kissing ass so fucking long to the point they still taking away our sons and our daughters. So what we gonna do about it? Keep letting them take it? And this conversation is not to start a riot. It's not to start none of that shit. It's just a simple conversation trying to bring solutions to the table. Like, what can we do? What are we going? No, fuck what can we do? It's what are we going to do? What's the next move? Man, I could be tripping on what I'm saying, but enough is enough. Like, I see a man that refused to stand by and do nothing. And I'll be honest, a lot of us grew up, all right, wishing someone would have stood up for us like that. Someone, who didn't look away. Someone who didn't, stay silent. Someone who didn't pretend they didn't see what was happening. That kind of protection hits deep for people who never had it. So how do you blame a man for doing what so many of us wish someone had done for us? Whether it was through sexual abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse. You want me to keep going? But let me stay grounded here. Because this isn't about, revenge fantasies or violence. This is about the emotional truth behind why people feel the way they do when a child is involved. All right. Logic gets logic gets blurry. Emotions get loud. Fear gets louder. And people start seeing protectors as heroes, not criminals. That's the emotional reality. Even if the legal system sees it differently. Y'all can correct me, all right, if I'm wrong. But in my opinion, I don't think I'm wrong. This is just my opinion, right? I'm letting y'all just dive down the mind of a shorty real quick. This is how I really think. This is how I really feel, all right? Listen, even though I'm a little more professional when it comes to the politicians, I speaks my mind. Ain't enough tape in this motherfucking world to censor me. All right. And it ain't enough fucking rope in this world to tie me down. All right. Now you could really say that the Malcolm X phrase really hits right here, man, because I'm standing up by any means fucking necessary. And I got proof to back up everything I'm saying. So if I have to go down, well then, hey, look, listen, I'm going down, but at least I know that my kids are well taken care of and they know why I was taken down. Because I don't lie to them. Enough is enough. I hear so many people say, oh, well, you speak up, they're going to take. Well, then let them fucking take me down. These are just words. I'm just talking. And if we can come together, then hey, we can come together. Then when we come together, then we come up with the plan, not through social media. But see, everybody took Malcolm X's words by, hey, man, we got to, he didn't mean just unalive people. He really meant, stand up and do what you got to do by any means necessary. But I think, people took it the other way. But anyways, that's a topic for another day. A topic for another day, all right? Because I don't want people to get mad. All right, I'm not trying to ruffle no feathers. I don't want nobody all up in their ego, right? Feeling like, oh my gosh, you just punched me in my stomach and now my ego is bruised. She karate chopped me in my throat and she, made my heart bleed. Listen, I'm not your priest. I'm not your mama, all right? And I'm sure as hell not your babysitter. If what I say offends you, the door is right there. Make sure the good Lord doesn't split you. Make sure the doorknob doesn't split you with a good Lord. God damn. Make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. Shit. Those that understand, understand. Like, listen. People online are calling this man a hero, right? And I agree with those people online. They're saying he didn't try to kill anyone. Just stop, the threat. I agree with that. And that's how, a lot of folks feel. That's how I feel. That he acted out of, protection, not malice. But the law doesn't always see intention. It sees action. And that's where the disconnect lives. The heart says one thing, the courtroom says another. So how do we reconcile human instinct with legal boundaries that don't bend for emotion? And then when you hear people saying, things like this, give him a medal, send him, home, arresting him is the, real crime, I agree with him. I agree with them. That's not, people glorifying violence. That's people expressing how deeply, they fear for children in a world where predators keep slipping through the cracks. It's grief talking. It's trauma talking. It's frustration talking. It's the voice of a community that feels unprotected. So what does it say about society when people feel safer, all right, with vigilantes, than with the system? Real shit. A lot of people feel as though when they see something like that, man, they take action. Then they'll call the cops. Because, listen, by the time the cops get here, the predator's long gone. But I got to be careful here because I can't support harming anyone, right? So even people accused of terrible things, what I can support is talking about why people feel this way, why communities are angry, why parents are scared, why survivors are triggered, why the system feels upside down. That's the conversation that matters. All right? Not what's roaming through our thoughts. What we feel as though is justice. We know street justice, why people want to take it to the streets. Because the system ain't doing its damn job. So why does it feel like the justice system protects everyone except the people who needs it the most? But we know why, because it's protecting, who it's meant to protect. That blueprint wasn't built for us. And let's be honest, the fear behind all this is real. People are terrified because these stories keep happening. Kids keep being harmed. Families being traumatized. Systems, how can I say, failing. And when people feel unprotected, they start looking for their own way, right, to feel safe. That don't make it, right, but it makes it understandable. So how do we build a world where people don't feel forced to take protection into their own hands? At the end of the day, whether this man is a criminal or a hero depends on who you ask, right? The law, the community, the family, the headlines. But the deeper truth is this. People are tired. People are scared. People are desperate for a world where kids are safe and predators are held accountable. And until that exists, these type of conversations are going to keep happening. So how do we take action?
A local family is defending a Man sitting in the Tarrant County Jail tonight after he allegedly shot another person last night in Fort Worth. They say he was not acting out of violence, but out of protection, after they claim the man approached underage girls in their neighborhood and tried to solicit them for sex. 33-year-old Marcus Renfro is being held without bond as investigators work to piece together exactly what happened. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo joins us live and picks up the story from there. Vanya?
Hi, Casey. Yeah, we're hearing from the family of that man who explained why he allegedly shot someone in the groin and why they don't think he deserves to be in jail.
Our kids are safer now.
33-year-old Marcus Renfro is in the custody of Fort Worth police after being accused of shooting a man in the groin. His family claims he was protecting his underage nieces from a man allegedly soliciting them for sex.
I see some commotion going on with my little cousins and stuff.
Dontavius Williams says he knew something wasn't right.
And my little cousin, them telling me that the dude said, oh, come back and smoke some meth with me. You know, share some drugs.
The family saying this wasn't the first time. Fort Worth police say officers had been called to the 3700 block of Century Palace on Friday morning after receiving calls of a man possibly under the influence and soliciting children for sex.
But we already been heard that certain dude been messing with other little kids around here.
That's when they say Renfro stepped in.
They exchanged some words. When Marcus was walking away, he just ran up on him like he was trying to approach him, like to hurt him in some way.
Police have not confirmed this version of the events. As officers arrived, they heard a gunshot.
And then he said something to Marcus, and then he turned around and Marcus shot him.
Police say they found the man who matched the suspect's description with a gunshot wound in the groin. Police say the man was taken to the hospital and expected to survive. At this time, it's not clear if he'll face charges. Renfro was taken into custody. Online records show he had a warrant from another town. Still, family members believe the children were in danger and that his use of force was necessary. His wife, who is 24 weeks pregnant, says the impact goes beyond the moment.
I mean, they're traumatized by the situation.
And that situations like these don't just end.
I mean, because you're putting a child in danger and you're also putting them through trauma that is going to affect them for the rest of their lives.
Dude said the wrong thing and consequences came behind it.
Saying she wishes someone had stepped up like that for her.
I've been through a similar situation as well when I was younger, so I wish somebody would have done for me the way he did.
Real shit.
Keep y'all kids protected. Keep them in the house best you can. If you're not in the area, you know, there's predators everywhere. But man, just keep a close eye on them.
For real.
Now, investigators are working to determine exactly what happened. Renfro is being held at the Tarrant County Jail with no bond set yet. Back to you, Casey.
We'll be looking forward to Fort Worth police kind of filling in some of the blanks on this story. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo, thank you for your...
So, in y'all opinion, do y'all believe that, you know, this man is a criminal or a hero? And like I told y'all already, man, in my eyes, I feel like he's a hero. For real, for real. No grown mofo should be out here trying to mess with our little kids. And I ain't judging this man just because he took it a step further from what we already do within our communities. The web of lies that we're told, right? Our kids come first when it comes to our community.
They play.
Like it was a game, no more shame.
Yeah. Riders for life. They play with your heart like it was just a game. Toxic words dripping with all that heavy shame. Manipulative ways that never could be tamed. Hurting you was a target, yeah, that's where they aim. Disrespect comes from every single pore. So intentions were rotten straight to the core. They knew the pain they had in store, yet they still left you wanting for more.
The actions were calculated and cold, leaving scars that never grow old. In their web of lies you were sold.
A story that's never been told.
I'm enduring and learning, yeah, that is the key. I'm becoming unshakable.
so clear, exploiting every moment without a single tear, knowing the end result was gonna be fear, waiting till you're broken, then they disappear. Extortion was the weapon they used to break your soul, trying to take the pieces and maintain the control, but they didn't know the fire that was deep inside the hole. Now you're taking back the power and you're taking back the hope.
I was caught in the web, I was lost in the light, waiting for a reason just to say goodbye. But the truth is a mirror, and the truth is the way.
I'm waking up to a brand new day. I look at the stature, look at the way that we stand, walking out the trap with a steady hand. No longer a victim, we're masters of every wound. The frequency's changing, we're perfectly in tune. From the ashes we rose, now we're walking on the heat. Riders for life, we never admit defeat. The transformation is finished, the vision is clear. We conquered the struggle, and we conquered the fear.
Can you see the truth?
Yahweh was originally a lesser god in the Abrahamic religion, so he was originally a havoc.
Shining through the night.
All right, y'all. I'll be telling y'all, man, I express myself better through paper, don't I? But anyways, man, listen, we're going to jump into this. We're going to jump into one last video, all right? They dropped the link for anybody that does want to come up and chop it up with a shorty. But before we get into anything else, let me take y'all back real quick, all right? Remember, y'all remember that kid song, The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round, round and round, right? That cute little melody, right? Like something we all sang without thinking twice, right? But now that, we grown and, paying attention, baby, the way these stories keep popping up, it's like the whole meaning of that song done flipped on its head, right? Because the wheels on the bus ain't just going round and round, right? We're about to hit the next topic, but listen, y'all gonna connect the dots too, all right? It's a little bit off the Predators topic, all right? Like, this story is a little wild and crazy, like, but we're gonna talk about it. Somebody sent me this story, even though they was geeking. When I saw it, I was like, damn, the shit people do around us, like, they don't even think about the kids. They do things, right, then turn around and ask why these kids do these things. But listen, apparently the scandals on the bus been going round and round for a long time too. So how did a song about innocence turn into a reminder of how unsafe some of these spaces really are? We're going to get into that. All right. And I swear, once you start connecting the dot, it gets wild. All right. We got school employees, the very people trusted with these kids, getting caught doing things that have no business happening anywhere near a school bus. All right. It's like the magic school bus turned into something nobody signed up for. And the worst part, these stories keep repeating like a broken record. So why does it feel like every time we blink, another school employee is in the headlines for the wrong reasons? Listen, I mean, at least this time they wasn't out there touching kids, right? But the bus, you know, is supposed to be a safe ride, right? A routine, a transition. We've heard so many stories of what's happened in these buses, kids left behind, you know, kids, you know, being assaulted, so many things, right? But, you know, it's supposed to be a safe ride, a routine, a transition from home to school and back. But lately, it's starting to feel like a crime scene on wheels. Cameras rolling, right? Adults present, kids everywhere, and still things happen that should never happen. It makes you question the whole system. So how many cameras does it take before accountability actually kicks in? Am I tripping on what I'm saying? And the wildest part is how normalized it's becoming. Like every week there's another clip, another headline, another, you know, school employee arrested for, you know, like for whatever the story is. And people wonder why, you know, parents are stressed, why kids are anxious, why communities are fed up. Because the people who are supposed to protect kids, all right, keep showing up in the news for violating that trust. But anyways, how do we rebuild trust when, you know, the people breaking it keeps coming from inside the building or from around the bus? And let's be real, the bus is one of the most vulnerable, you know, places for a child. Limited supervision, loud, chaotic, moving, unpredictable, kids of all ages mixed together. And when adults, you know, on that bus start acting out of pocket, it's a whole different level of betrayal, right? Because that's not just a job, right? That's a responsibility. So why are people with no business, you know, around kids being allowed on these buses in the first place? But anyways, it's like the system keeps hiring folks with, you know, without really checking who they are, what they're, you know, what they've done or what they're capable of. And then when something happens, everybody acts shocked. We had no idea. We didn't see the signs. Baby, the signs been there. The system just ain't been looking. Like, come on, man. How many red flags get ignored before someone finally says, enough is enough? Like, oh no, I ain't ending it yet. I still got one more video to show everybody that's gonna connect, you know, the story to the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. Like, listen, the craziest part, right? Kids see more than adults think. They notice the weird behavior, the uncomfortable moments, the things that don't feel right. But they're kids, right? They don't always have the words. They don't always know how to speak up. And that's why adults gotta be, you know, 10 times more alert. So why do we keep expecting kids to protect themselves when adults keep dropping the ball, right? Listen, at the end of the day, these stories aren't funny, but the irony of that innocent little, you know, bus song hitting different now, that's the part that makes you, you know, shake your head, because childhood shouldn't be this complicated. School shouldn't be this dangerous, and buses shouldn't be this unpredictable. But here we are, connecting dots nobody wanted to connect, right? So let me show y'all this video. All right. Now, oh shit, that wasn't the sharing video. There we go. Oh, here we go. All right. So, oh, I'm still on this one. I thought I already.
A couple of school employees.
All right. So we got a family that, you know, my bad. A couple of Michigan school employees caught allegedly doing X-rated activities, right, in the bus. Now, earlier I was telling y'all, some of these kids, right, some of these kids that commit, you know, these type of crimes on other kids, right, you know, sexually assaulting another kid, I feel as though either they've been through it, they've seen something, right? It doesn't always have to be, you know, that they've seen sexual assault, right? Like, this is something that was taught to me, right? Everything that a child sees, right, when they commit some crime like this doesn't mean that they've seen another kid get assaulted. Yeah, some kids do, right? And those kids that see those type of things, boy, like, listen, we'll do that like when we do a part 2 to this again, all right? But we'll talk about that because that gets real deep, all right? And I don't think a lot of you are going to be ready for me to really talk about that because I'm raw and uncut and I don't give a fuck about how anybody feels. Real shit. But there are kids out here that watch porn, watch other adults having sex and stuff like that, and then they want to come out here and they want to try it with kids, you know, their age. right? Some little boys watch men on men having sex in cars, or they've seen them and, out here. Listen, I've seen some crazy shit myself, all right? I'm in HP, all right? Welcome to Philly, baby. All right, and I've seen some wild shit out here in Philly. I've literally seen people have sex outside. All right, listen, we're not even going to get into that, because I remember one day, I got on a Facebook Live at 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'm sitting here talking my shit because this little girl across the street is just, sitting here just like she thought she was sneaking out, and she went and started fucking her little boyfriend right in the porch. Like people wasn't outside still. Like she thought the block was empty because it was dark. I'm sitting here talking my shit on Facebook, man. I was like, what, 19 years old probably when that shit happened? Lie to you not. I'm like, I've seen some shit. Like, we've all seen some shit, man. Like, we be lying if we say we don't see no shit out here happen. It's crazy. That's wild. Like, we be lying. Facts. These are heavy topics which need constant attention. Who's that? Big Mike? I shout out to Big Mike. We got Big Mike in the building. We got Felicia Fee in the building. Shout out to Felicia Fee. Big Mike says, shaking my head very bad, man. Yeah, very bad. Shit, the little girl must have seen mommy and daddy doing their thing in the room. Mommy and daddy thinking little girl not watching. But the little girl want to know why, mommy is screaming, give it to me, daddy. I poppy. That little girl trying to figure out why. Like, oh shit. Like if daddy's making mommy go like, come on, let me go get my boyfriend, see if my boyfriend can make me feel like that. Shit, make me as happy as daddy makes mommy when she wakes up in the morning. So I don't fucking know. All right. I'm just talking my shit now, trying to bring a little humor to all this. To all this crazy shit. All right. This is something I saw. The little girl was nothing more than just a year younger than me. All right. She was 2 years younger than me. She was 17 years old. All right. That's why I was talking my shit on the fucking porch on Facebook Live that day. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these little girls, yo? I looked at that shit. I looked and I was like, what the fuck? Listen, I'm minding my business like SpongeBob, all right? I was just jellyfishing. Man, I'm just jellyfishing, minding my business. Then I look to the side. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, ay, Dios mío. Mira esa cabrona ahí sentada en ese balcón. Like, you would swear this fucking little girl was in the porch at the rodeo in Texas talking about, giddy up, arriba. Like, what the fuck? But the whole point of the conversation, all right, the whole point of this conversation, all right, listen, the whole point is that grown folks be out here doing this shit and these kids watch it. So don't be shocked when you see a little kid out here having sex in public because they're being curious too. All right. Or, trying to do some shit. That's why, how can I say when people be like, oh, you should go heavy on the little kid like you go on a grown ass adult. Yeah, I can go heavy on a fucking grown ass adult. But a child, you have to think about it in a couple different ways. What made this child do this? I mean, the same thing with the adult, but once an adult is an adult, you can't really, reach them. You can reach these kids on time. That's why I say, do these kids, could rehabilitation actually help some of these kids? Or do they actually, it's like, fuck it. Do we treat them like a fucking adult and give them the death sentence? Because we know castration don't work. It's been scientifically proven that once, that shit gets chopped off or, I guess, I don't know how castration works for a woman. I guess they sew the bitch's vagina up. I'm not sure. But anyways, once that shit is done, it's like motherfuckers find other methods to try to, how can I say, feed they fucking, oh my God, they sick mind. Like, Lord have mercy. I just want to bear, you know what, Peter Pan, you ready with a casket right now? All right, we got imaginary motherfuckers we got to bury 10 feet on the ground. All right, because we building caskets up in this bitch. Yo, listen, this is the safest way I could do it. All right, we got the shirts out there. We got Mr. Oates up in this jar, man. Blessings, and shout out to Mr. Oates, man. You gotta love me some Mr. Oates, yo. Big shout out to Mr. Oates. But anyways, let's get back on the wheels on the bus, man. I'm see, my mind goes everywhere. This is why I take notes. Listen, but it all goes hand in hand, believe it or not. It may seem like I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm not. If you listen carefully, You can connect the wheels to, you can connect the dots to the wheels on the bus, go round and round, round and now we know why the motherfucking wheels on the bus go round and round. Why it goes up and down. Why the fucking baby was crying in the bed because they was neglecting the baby while the motherfucking parents were doing this.
Macomb County in some serious trouble tonight, appearing to be engaged in some X-rated activities on a school bus. Fox News' Jessica Dukebeck is here, and this all got found out because of some cell phone video, Jessica.
Yeah, we had to watch that raw cell phone video a few times. And Roop, I was really hoping that maybe they were just cleaning something off of the seats. But upon further review, it really doesn't look like it. Now, for everyone's sake, we did use the blur tool pretty heavy here tonight. While we can't show you that, we did talk to the woman, the really stunned mom that witnessed this all. Ever seen anything like this?
In movies.
Yeah, the X-rated kind. You look in the bus,
right?
What do you see?
Listen, she said in movies. I don't listen. If y'all watch porn, do they really have fucking porn sex in buses or some shit like I don't fucking know. Because the movies I watch, they don't have sex in school buses. All right, they definitely don't. Now I've seen them have sex in the plane, sex in the train, but in a school bus, I don't know. I've never even seen them have sex in the Greyhound bathroom. But in a school bus? Not even in SEPTA. But you know what? Maybe again I must be tripping and she's thinking about Pornhub, all right? Because I've never in a million years, seen in a movie where people have sex in school buses. Do they? I mean, this bitch got me thinking, like, what the fuck am I tripping? Like, am I the only one? Well, I don't watch porn, so please, somebody, please explain this shit to me. All right, explain this shit to me. All right, like, look, listen. I'm fucking confused. And I literally don't watch porn because I feel as though, listen, I've given my comments on this before. Like, listen, prostitution, soliciting, porn, all that shit. I do know that some young ladies, some little girls, even grown women, boys, right, and stuff like that, get forced into making certain videos like that, even the kiddie porn and stuff like that. So when it comes to porn, like even when I was a little girl, right, and I learned about it and stuff like that, listen, I can't, like, I really can't watch porn because look, listen, my head will start going everywhere. Like, is this person kid? I can't. Look, listen, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Like, I feel as though porn should not even exist. Make your own fucking movie with your partner and keep that shit as a fucking, I don't know, heirloom, memorial thingy. Like, I don't fucking know, a figurine. I don't fucking know. But look, listen, like, it should be getting wild out here. But there's no reason why school employees should be having sex on a bus. But apparently, you got school employees having sex on a bus. Have I ever seen this on a movie? No, only this lady has. Okay? But listen, I wouldn't put it past it. There's a lot of people out here that watch porn. If you watch porn, let a shorty know. Do they actually, do they actually show shit like this in porn videos? Like, people having sex in school buses? Like, you know what? And if it is, I can see why a lot of these kids are doing what they're doing. Like, then if that's the issue, then how do we eliminate, sex from our kids? Like, from our kids having access to things that actually show explicit shit like that. It isn't possible, especially in the world that we live today. All right? Because you can block access from your house, but they can go to the neighbor, they can go to a family member, and they have access there. Shit, you got fucking schools that deal with TikTok. They hear shit in TikTok. Like, you know what? Y'all get my whole point. Let's press play.
An intense motion. At first, I thought it was.
Yeah, the X-rated kind. You look in the bus, what do you see?
An intense motion. At first, I thought it was just cleaning the seats, but the motion just continued.
When the bus is a rockin', don't come knocking.
I'm an adult, so kind of put two and two together.
The wheels on the bus go round and round and apparently up and down.
I grabbed that just to have proof.
And side by side.
What I'm seeing is what I'm seeing.
We'll call this mom Katie. She was at the Chesterfield Township Walmart this week when she saw what appears to be two school employees engaged in some extracurricular activities.
I just can't believe they weren't like trying to hide behind some bushes or something. It was
Boom.
They ain't ashamed of their love.
It was blatantly in the front parking lot.
A little lesson on the birds and the bees over lunch. Katie knew she had to report it to Macomb Intermediate School District.
It's very disturbing.
Thankfully, no kids were on the bus, and the district says the 2 employees were put on leave, now being investigated for potential, quote, professional misconduct.
What if my kids rode that bus?
Shit, I hope ain't no goddamn bus driver having sex on the bus while there's kids on the bus. God damn. What the fuck is wrong? Listen, and then we wonder why our kids do the things they do today. It's happening in our faces, but nobody does nothing about it. We don't even have these conversations. You know what I see people come online and do? I see them come, they bash each other. They'll use somebody's story against somebody. All right. They'll tell somebody not to speak about it because it's boring. But, you know, a lot of us don't give a fuck. We'll still speak on this shit. We'll still bring awareness. You want to know why? Because at the end of the day, we know those people ain't nothing more than just hurt people deflecting or people protecting those type of people. Real shit. Like, I'm going to do a remix to this because, like I said, I need to get my mic. I know where I'm messing up. All right, the song might fuck a lot of people up in the head, but, you know, her voice, yeah, I got to, you know, practice on my breathing. All right, this is lyrical poetry. All right, I want y'all to just listen to the words. All right, because I've seen it here. I've witnessed it here. You see where I'm coming from? You see motherfuckers on this app, all right? You see them bash. Women bash men bash women. Women defending, you know, pedophiles. I'm looking at like some of you as mothers. You see where I'm coming from? Pastors, preachers, bishops over here, you know, how can I say, saying disturbing things to, you know, men and women, right? Where in, you know, when it comes to our streets, you know, shit, the justice will be differently. Like, shit be crazy out here. Laughing my out too much, they can go home. Shit be wild out here. But don't judge my voice on here, all right? I've been working on my breathing. I'm gonna do a remix to this, all right? This was what I did this 2 years ago, all right? When some people felt like they want. I don't beef with people, but hey, you want to beef with me? I'm gonna say what I gotta say and leave you right where you're at, beating your head against the motherfucking wall. But I want y'all to listen to the words that I'm saying on this joint, all right? Because people be wild. When it comes to online, I feel as though some people don't take shit serious, and that's why I don't take certain people serious. Never in my life. Never in my life did I think that I would. Prayers out for our real men doing what they gotta do. While on this app, we have men of age. Never in my life did I think that I would see so many disrespectful elders like on this app. How can you respect an older woman who pretends to be nice, but she's just fronting, claims to be a queen, but she's just chasing men, bashing them all for a bag? Where's the respect then? You claim to be a victim, but on this app taking 15 inches, what a trap. You say you're a survivor, oh my, I'm lost. Where have I been? This old lady's a call. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You talk a big game, but you're just a mess. Chasing after men, causing distress. You say you a queen, but you're just a fraud. Using others for your own facade. What a lost cause. You bash men, but you know better. Playing the victim, but you're the predator. Taking what you want without a care, but deep down you're just scared. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You may think you're strong, but you're weak inside. Using others to fill the void you hide. But true strength comes within, not from chasing men or committing sin. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. So take a look in the mirror, old lady, and see the truth that lies within. You can't find happiness in others. You must learn to love yourself to truly win. Out in the garden we have a snake
Take your time to observe before you make a mistake. This old lady with a smile may make you believe she's a victim, but beware, she will deceive. Don't be fooled, she's really Lilith in disguise, giving out fruit baskets to hide the lies. Behind the facade, she takes food from people's mouths. What a scam, claiming to fight for men's rights in her house. On this app, bashing men with her lies, wanting people to defend her because of her age. Oh my, how do we step up for an older woman so sly, looking for the mess she gets in? Oh why? Speaking on the deaths of someone's loved one because they didn't pick her side. She's undone, mad at the world. A celebrity wants nothing to do with her, twerking for the world to see. Lacking in respect, it's a blur. No respect, lacking in morals. She keeps on twerking for the world to see. Her behavior is irking. An old lady on this platform crossing this earth, but we see through her facade she's just a blur. So beware of the snake in the garden with a smile that hides the lies she partners. Don't be fooled by her act of innocence. She's just a deceiver lacking in sense. Out on Jamaica Street, there's an old lady who can't accept her age. It's shady, promoting her kitty cat like it's young, but we all know it's full of spider webs. Stung. She's on this app trying to catfish men while bashing women. Oh, when will it end? I suggest this lady do her research. She lacks history, her behavior's a birch. She believes is believe all women. Oh my, using that to play victim. Oh why? Stuck in an era when dinosaurs roam. She needs to wake up, stop being so alone. So let's all laugh at this lady so bold, thinking she's young, but she's just old. Her kitty cat may not be the best, but hey, at least she's trying to impress. Out in Jamaica Street, a wannabe Jamaican mad at a celebrity, placing all the blame, saying we're the reason he don't like her, forgetting to look in the mirror. What a blur. Blaming the world for all his wounds, living in shame, insecurity shows. Ego too big, can't let go of the past, hurting all in her path. What a blast. Demanding respect because of her age, forgetting it's earned, not just a wage. Reflecting her pain, holding on to the pride, but in reality she's just taking us for a ride. So next time you see her, just give her a smile, for she's living in the world of denial. Let her be with her insecurities and all, and remember, respect is not just a call. This one's for the older ladies demanding respect like they're the greatest, but respect is earned, not given freely. If you lack morals, honor, and integrity, y'all expect us to bow down, treat you like queens with the crown. But sorry to bust your bubble, y'all not even highnesses, y'all just trouble, spreading toxic waste in the air like a virus without a care. Y'all want us to see you as excellence, but y'all just a minus, not even relevant. You think you're the leader of the pack, but really you're just holding us back. The younger generation will rise while you continue with your lies. So take a step back and reflect on the way you treat and neglect. Respect is a two-way street. Earn it, don't demand it, or you won't be on your feet. Prayers out for our real men doing what they gotta do. While on this app, we have men of age acting worse than our kids do. Demanding respect by acting a fool. Saying they're the alphas running the pack, but in reality they're on their knees. Couldn't run the trap, now they're just a tease. So here's a shout out to the real men out there who handle their business without care. While the fake alphas talk a big game, but in the end, they're all just the same. So keep doing you, real men of the world, and let the fake ones continue to twirl in their own little fantasy land, while the real men rise and take a stand. Prayers out for our real men, may they always shine bright and leave the fake alphas in their own little plight. There once was an ex-cop so old who laid icy tears so cold. He loved the little old lady in the garden. Together they played victim, begging pardon. Mad at a celebrity who didn't care. They protected predators, it wasn't fair. He agreed and took sides with a man in his 40s who admitted to doing inappropriate deeds with a minor. Oh please, oh how do we respect such a man who hurts our angels? It's not the plan. Lost and confused, he needs a hand to find his cucumber, oh so grand. Mamie Gartner will teach him so well to be a man and stop the spell. Speaking on woman who didn't bother him, let's help him find his way with a grin. Give him something to tell. In the real world, street justice will be swift for predators to prey on the innocent gift. But on this app, it's a different tale, where predators hide behind the digital veil. Men and women admit to their inappropriate deeds. With minors, they praise and protect their misdeeds. While warriors fight to protect our angels online, predators lurk waiting for their next vile crime. To all the warriors, keep standing tall, protecting our kids, never letting them fall. Let's watch over our children with care and show the predators we won't let them dare. Just try us. So keep fighting for our kids' rights and keep them safe from the online frights. Let's show these predators they have no respect and keep our children safe from their neglect. Older folks with no dignity demanding respect with no humility, thinking they're the bee's knees, but really they're just a bunch of sillies. Bishops preaching from the Bible, but acting like they're in denial. Talking to young men like they're in jail, ignoring coffins in their tail. Grown men gossiping about the dead, forgetting every action has a thread. Demanding respect without honor, thinking they're untouchable online. What a goner. But little do they know, their antics will show. No matter where they hide, their true colors will be spilled. The older men I admire carry themselves with grace. They know who they are and where they're going in this race. They won't bash women, they know when to walk away and when to stand and fight. They show us a better way. Not every battle is meant to be won. They've earned respect with honor, while on this app some older men seek attention, causing drama, arguing with women, bouncing on rainbows it seems. How can we respect that and keep our dreams? Let's learn from the wise and carry ourselves with pride, respecting others, showing love and letting our true selves shine bright. I don't know why men come online and be messy, but women do it too, so let's not get testy. These older folks run plays trying to deceive, but when we catch on, they play the victim. Can you believe? How can we respect those who bully and bash? They turn around and act like they're the ones with the stash. Demanding respect because of their age, forgetting respect has no numbers, it's not a cage. So where do we go from here? I'm at a loss, standing up and fighting back no matter the cost. We won't be pushed around, we won't be swayed. Respect is earned, don't demand it, that's how we'll stay. So let's not be fooled by the games and their lies. We'll stand tall and strong with truth on our side. No more playing the victim, no more meek. We'll rise above with dignity and speak. For in this online world where things can get messy, we'll hold our heads high and always stay classy. Respect is a two-way street, it goes both ways. Oh, these older folks online, I just can't seem to find any respect for them in my mind. They act like freaks, creeps, and predators all the time. I'll stick to my real elders who carry themselves with grace, not those who make me shudder with their online disgrace. I'll look up to those who deserve it, not those who act like fools. I'll keep my distance from the perverts and stick to the golden rules. So to the older men and women online, I'll just say no thanks. I'll keep my respect for those who shine and leave the rest to their pranks. For my real elders, I'll always hold dear, and to the others, I'll just stay clear. I'll keep my distance, have no fear, and let them carry on with their freak show. So here's to respecting our true elders and leaving the rest in the past. I'll keep my distance from the online swindlers and keep my respect for those I trust. I cannot believe, never in my life did I think that I would lose respect for so many elders like on this app.
And that's some real shit. For real. Never in my life did I think that I would lose respect for so many people like on this app. Because when I first started, people was like, you want to get your message across? You want to reach, more people outside of your community? Like, outside of Facebook, go to YouTube, do this, do that. And I'm saying here, YouTube is no different from Facebook. Grown folks, all right, acting like children, behaving like children, all right? And it's unfortunate, right? We're going to get right back to this, but I want y'all to listen, all right? And like I said, because, when I wrote this, I didn't know how to control my breathing. Now I'm getting better with the poetry and all that behind the beats, all right? So don't pay attention to my voice, all right? I know it sounds a little, I hate it sometimes too. That's why I hate, hearing my voice behind the beat sometimes. But the message behind it is what I want y'all to listen to, all right? You good over there? Yeah. Now we're going to get right back to this, all right? And I want y'all to hear this. We're going to get right back to it. But it's crazy because on social media, you would think, right? Like, people that say they're here, for this and that, they would actually be here for that. But it's unfortunate that we have a lot of people out here, right, that don't give a fuck. So yeah, I mean, this is how I feel. This is how I've been feeling. This is what I've been talking about. And it's got me in trouble, all right? As y'all heard on the lyrical poetry that I played earlier, right? When I mentioned, the chick, the old head, 15 inches, right? Talking about she could always take 15 inches down her throat. The lady in the garden, all right? The snake in the garden, icy turds, protecting predators. Like all these motherfuckers on here was on here with a purpose, according to them, right? And that's why, that's what's made me, push back a little bit. I ain't sway off my mission, but it made me push back and observe the people, that I'm surrounding myself. I stay in a lot of chats, right? I stay, Like, and I've hit some chats where, you know, I thought that these people are, you know, they trying to do this, they trying to do that. But then it's like, as fast as I've hit them, I've gotten myself out of them. Because a lot of people are on here for just drama, for clicks, for views. You see where I'm coming from? That's all they care about. They say, right? They say that they want to bring awareness to this, they want to bring but nobody's paying attention. There's a lot of people paying attention. The issue is that a lot of people, right? A lot of content creators want to be dictators now. And a lot of their subscribers want to be hype men, right? So we got the issue with people trying to bring the Real Housewives of Atlanta, right? They're trying to bring the, you know, with that Blueface and Krishan situation to life. Like, that's what a lot of these women are acting like. A lot of these men are acting like. Then you got, you know, motherfuckers that are hopping on rainbows, right? The men, you know, cross-dressing, right? Trying to be in competition with women. And no shame, you know, no disrespect, no offense, you know, to the people within the community, all right? I know a lot of people, the real ones, all right, the real ones from that community, right, know what I'm talking about, and they're not going to get mad at what I just said. I've proven that here before, all right? We had somebody from the community come up, hit the link, talk with a shorty, all right, express themselves, right? And you know, we got to get a little understanding of what's actually going on with the people, you know, that'll sit here and get mad. But we're not talking about that right now, all right? That'll be me taking this conversation elsewhere, all right? We're talking about how, you know, we need to come together. People talk about we need unity, but yet y'all want to cause division, all right? It's loud, it's clear. So the ones that do want to bring awareness to things and stuff like that, we stay away from the people that say, oh, we want unity. But in the same breath, y'all creating chaos. Let's go ahead, baby. You got to plug it in. You got to move it. Use your 2 hands, put it on the table. All right. So that's why I said these conversations matter. We need to talk to our kids. We need to talk to our teens. People shouldn't feel ashamed. They shouldn't feel scared. Why? I don't know. But give me 1 second. Let me talk to my daughter real quick. All right. Let me talk to her real quick. Let me see what I can put on for y'all real quick. Hold on.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's the commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders, I learned women are strong, independent, and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies, growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise. But partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan. Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us is a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist, infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around, then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need.
Well, a couple of school employees in Macomb County in some serious trouble tonight, appearing to be engaged in some X-rated activities on a school bus. Fox News.
My bad. Everything got all discombobulated, like snap. My bad. I apologize. Look, listen. I do got to control my breathing. This was done, 2 years ago when I was more into poetry. I wasn't really, I was just taking the suggestion from a lot of my subscribers and I was having fun. And from there, I started doing it. Am I better now? I've gotten a little better, right? I need some practice. I need some more practice. And that's what I'm doing, right? Because I haven't been breathing from my diaphragm, I think it's called, right? I've been breathing from my chest. So that's why a lot of my stuff is coming out as kind of like a rap style. All right, but I mean everything I say. I express my better when I use pen and paper. I don't know why. All right, but pen and paper are my best friends. Right, like I could see something and turn it into a story. Right, I got books for days. Like if people was to walk into my living room or my bedroom, right, it'll look like a whole goddamn. I'm not a holder. However, not a hooter. It's not hooter. A holder. I can't say the right word. I can't pronounce that shit right there. Fuck. That fucking Spanglish gets on my nerves. Certain words I can't pronounce right. I mix it up. All right. So listen, but y'all get where I'm coming from. But shit, I got books. I got dictionaries. I read. I love reading. So you're going to find books everywhere, on the bed, on the table, all right? On top of the TV, on top of the dresser, inside the fucking dresser, underneath the fucking bed. All right. As much cleaning as I do, I always do the same shit because I got to pick up a book and read. You see where I'm coming from? So I love writing and I express everything through paper. And I feel as though that a lot of these stories need to be talked about. It's sometimes it's better through poetic justice. Because some of us probably, it's the voice. Like I said, all right, I was trying out the freestyle. right? And I was running out of breath. I'm over here like, God damn, I might need Busta Rhymes to come and train me. Because I'm like, how the fuck do y'all freestyle? And like, when do you like collect the breath? It's like y'all want us to keep going and going and going, right? The Bulls like, just keep going, just keep going. And I'm like, I'm like, oh my God. Like, wait, dude, I did this for like, what, 7 minutes? I had to cut. No, it was almost 10 minutes. I'm like, you want me to keep going freestyling? Do you ever take a breather? Do you sit down? Like, do we drink water? Like, Lord, like, listen, at least I tried. All right, I tried. I don't really think it's my lane. You see where I'm coming from? I got that Alvin and the Chipmunks voice, though. Shit, you gotta have some humor. You gotta laugh about yourself. Listen, man, I laugh at myself when I walk down the street and I fall, all right, because I tripped over my goddamn self. Like, who trips over their own self? You see where I'm coming from? I laugh when I fucking, you know, how can I say, when I go up the steps and I'm falling down, like, oh shit, I just bust my ass. And then I look around, ain't nobody there, and I laugh some more, like, fuck, ain't nobody here to laugh with me. Can I have a partner to sit here and laugh? Like what the fuck? I just did the dumbest shit ever. Like, you gotta laugh at yourself sometimes. Real shit. Like, at least I tried to freestyle. I don't know how some people do it, but they do it. All right. I know there's people out there with a better voice that can send the message out, but they don't do it. All right. I want to bring back R&B and hip hop the way we used to have it back in the 80s and the 90s. You see where I'm coming from? People say, oh, I miss the music and I miss this and I miss the storytelling, but y'all prefer this. Y'all prefer Cardi B instead of Eve. Real shit. We got Dej Loaf out here that was doing some storytelling to the point now that she's singing about if she's bi or not. I'm like, I like all your other songs, but when you start singing about your crushes, I'm good. I don't want to hear that shit. I love me some Dej Loaf, but when you know, listen, we got Tink out here. Like, nobody even talks about Tink. You see, like, listen, Tink got some good ass music. I ain't gonna lie, but everybody want to promote Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion. What's that other little girl? Oh my God. Red Velvet Rose. I forget their little fucking names, all right? To me, they don't sing. They don't have real music, all right? Like, we need to bring Eve back to, you know, show them, but there ain't no real messages out here. I don't want to hear about fucking drugging up men, all right? Or singing the same shit that men are singing about fucking bitches, going to clubs, I can't relate to that shit, all right? I cannot relate to that shit. So I make my own shit. So once I get my little studio and I can get somebody, I need a male that can do R&B. We gonna get these messages out there on and popping. All right. Like, my freestyle ain't there on point, but it's there. At least I'm trying. All right. But it's like, I don't know. It has to come from within me. It can't even be pushed. Like, I want to do this shit. Like, I want to say it because it's coming from within. Not because I'm in a competition and now I'm trying to compete against the next motherfucker. I'm not in competition with nobody. If I'm in competition with anybody, it's gonna be me, because I'm trying to be better than the version that I was yesterday. For real, for real. That's why social media takes away from so many of the messages that people try to bring out here. All right, it's like a war zone now. People complain about it, but they indulge in that shit. All right, they feed it, they give it fuel. They turn around and complain about the same shit they fucking do. Then they want to give you the advice. Oh, well, you should do it too. No. I ain't going to fake it until I make it. I want the real, the raw. All right. At times there's going to be tears coming out my eyes because I saw something that really moved me. I'm a fucking woman. I'm going to cry. All right. And it wouldn't be my first time crying online. All right. Like, listen, the same people that I was talking about earlier that I bump heads with, you know, around here, people know my story, man. People know it. All right. I was so fucking mad online that, you know, like, my voice cracked. Tears came out because it's like, damn. Like, I really thought that I could trust you, but I have to treat these YouTube streets like these real streets out here, because people on this bitch pretend to be, you know, something one day and the next day they something else. Then they want to meet up behind the scenes, and then, you know, they like this behind the scenes, but in front of the scenes, they all I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? What am I getting? I'm like, you know what? I'm good, man. I'm good. Like, I am who I am. It's simply who the fuck I am. I'm not going to change for no motherfucker. But social media, the internet, make people get like that. All right. Then you got the people around you. All right. That envy so hard. You see where I'm coming from? Right? And I'm saying envy, not hate. Envy is stronger than hate. to the point where they want to see you fail. They wait for the perfect moment, boom, and then they attack. Oh shit, invisible poison.
Envy lurks a silent force that slowly seeps through the shadows where the heavy secret keeps. It ain't born from hate or a heart of cold, but from the hidden desires that go untold. Calculated rhythm, yeah, it plays the game. A quiet storm blowing with no one to blame. Strategic moves, man, it's a subtle art. The way it preys upon a fragile heart. Not loud like hate, but it's just as strong. A psychological dance that lasts too long. Rooted in the belief of the things they lack. Staring at what's yours and never looking back. In the whispers of the night, it's a silent fight. A constant battle hidden from the light. Yeah. It's not about this light, it's a different breed. Planting the hunger and water in the greed. They watching you glow while they sit in the dark, waiting for a moment just to steal a spark. Keep your circle tight and your vision clear. Don't let the quiet storm get into your ear. Stay on your path, keep the rhythm true, cause the shadow only grows when it follows you. It's a hollow space, a hunger that feeds, replacing your garden with bitter weeds. It's the weight of a one that could have been dreamed. Nothing is ever as calm as it seems. They crave the reflection but hate the mirror. As the silent force starts drawing nearer, don't let them break what you've built from the start. Protect your peace, protect your heart, yeah. Just a shadow in the corner of the eye. No explanation, no reason why. Let the whispers fade, let the storm pass by. Keep your head up, keep your spirit high. Don't look back, just keep your light. It's a silent fight.
And I wrote this because 2 years ago, when I got into my accident, right, a lot of people thought I was going to be down. A lot of people thought that I wasn't going to be able to get myself back up. So many people really turned on me, left me, right, in the middle of the missions that we were doing. Right when I thought that, the people that said, oh, I'm going to rock out with you, I love you, we're going to keep doing this, whoa, they all disappeared without saying a goodbye. You see where I'm coming from? And little by little, I started doing, the things on my own. You see where I'm coming from? It is like, okay, y'all don't want to help me with the youth. Y'all don't want to help me do this. Watch me do this. All right. It got to the point where people was like, yo, you're not going to get cameras in these schools. You're not going to get this. You're not going to get that. It's impossible. It's impossible because we're so divided. But what I did was I teamed up with like-minded people. All right. I surrounded myself with nothing but bosses. All right. On some Dej Low type shit. For real, for real. All right. And all of us together started finding different ways. It got to the point with even 5 herniated discs. I knew that I wasn't supposed to be out there. All right. At 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, I would go live. Right. And start cleaning the block by myself just so that I could show the kids, so that I could show the parents out there that wasn't nothing stopping me. All right. For me doing what I got to do and show them. Oh, you don't got to be out here. A lot of these people don't want to come outside, but bullshit. Watch when 9 o'clock in the morning hit. Watch these kids come out and start helping because they want to play outside, because the street is closed, because we're going to bring the grill out and start cooking. That's how you do it. You lead by example. And it's something that my grandfather taught me. Right? We're supposed to lead by example. When the father of my daughter walked into my life, all right, 15 years ago, right, I used to look at him because, look at you, thinking you the shit, because of what people were saying. All right. You had people that praised this man, and then you had people that envied this man. And I was confused. He was a mystery. All right. And I had to see myself that, all right, I see why people, are scared of you, why people, fucks with you, why people, this and that. And I was like, damn, I had to see for myself who you really was. And people was looking past the man. All right. They were looking right through him instead of, seeing who the man was within. And it's crazy that now he's my fiance. We have a daughter together and everything. All right. At first, he was nothing more than just my best friend. All right. I was his little black dictionary. I mean, yeah, dictionary, diary, my bad. I'm like, dictionary. Y'all get my point. All right. And listen, I used to always be like, oh, look, listen, man, you got a date with this one. You got a date with that one. I was like, don't forget. Boy, he used to always come back. Yo, I'm sorry. Like, yo, I fucked up. I should have listened. Listen, this was my best friend. I would have never thought that in a million years, all right, the godfather of my two boys, all right, would end up being my fiance, all right, and, taking over the place that, the father of my kids once, had. Like, may he have peace in paradise, because he's not here no longer, all right, and it took me a minute to even see, because I thought that, I was never ever going to love again, all right, it took me a minute to even see that I had something real in front of me. While a lot of females was treating him like shit, trying to use him for what he had. Because listen, it's like I was like, damn, I got to know him more. And it's crazy that around that time when I wasn't even looking at him like a lover, because I wasn't, right? That's the funny part. People was like, oh, y'all fucking, y'all this. I was like, if y'all only fucking knew, man. But then it's like, I don't know, something hit. Like, we gave it a chance. Right. And when he said, hey, you wanna, you wanna marry me? I was like, at first, I was like, yo, I made him feel bad. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I was like, you bring this bullshit at me? And he's like, oh, I made him feel bad because of how I said it, my response, right? And then I was like, you know what? I was like, yeah. Why? Because why start over with somebody else? He's already raised my kids. You see where I'm coming from? He's already my best friend. Then they hit me. My grandfather used to say, listen, I married my best friend. And I'm like, can you marry your best friend? At first, I used to look at it like, if you marry your best friend, it's going to mess it up because of what I seen around me, relationships, everything, what my mama went through. You see where I'm coming from? Like, my mom used to pour her whole world on my shoulders, right? So it's like, I used to look at men so, and so these two men walked into my life and they showed me that there are real men out here. There are real men out here that are not yes men. You see where I'm coming from? That will treat you like queens and still stand their ground. You see where I'm coming from? Like, you don't feel the need to demasculate them or nothing. You treat them like queens, like kings, right? Because they make you feel like that. They make you feel safe. You see where I'm coming from? They're not just making promises. They're actually, how can I say, doing what they're supposed to do. See, a little boy does what he want to do. A man does what he has to do. And when a man makes you feel secure, safe, like he's doing what he's got to do, gives you that space, that, that freedom, that air to breathe, and it's not always nagging on top of you, like he's on some jealous streak, making, his past wounds, your wounds. That right there is something, right? But a lot of people don't care about that, right? They really don't. I hear people say, oh, let's talk about this, let's talk about that. But in reality, they don't want to get to the root of the problem, right? They want to listen to response because deep down inside, they're still hurting. While there's people out here having real conversations, all right? Whether it's about getting rid of these predators, whether it's about relationships, all right? Whether it's about our community, whether it's about the government, you still got people out here, all right? That, they consider themselves trolls, all right? But, like I tell people, no matter what they do, what they say, they don't have the power. You see where I'm coming from? Listen, they got the power when you let them knock you off, your hinges, all right? These trolls have accomplished, and they have won only, right, when you let them knock you off your hinges, when you let them get you out of character, when you respond back in a way, right, that's going to make people look at you like you crashed out. And we're going to have a lot of them, especially when we bring these type of topics. Then you're going to have people that say, oh, they want to talk about this, right? But when you have people that bring these topics, they don't talk about it. They don't want it. They go elsewhere. All right. And that's just how it is. All right. One thing I can sit here and say, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm always going to bring awareness to this. Like, if y'all send me videos to my DM, all right, it may take me a minute to get to, do a live on them, all right, but I actually do the lives. I talk about them because I'm passionate about these topics, especially when it comes to kids, especially me being a survivor, me writing a book. All right, listen, I'm working on the second and third book. I'm about to publish these 2 books together. All right, it took me a little minute to put all the poetry together. All right, so now we got 2 more books that are about to be published. All right, shout out to everybody that showed the shorty support and bought the first poetry book that I published. All right, 2 years 2 years ago. I think it was in 24, if I'm not mistaken. I published that one. All right, and what I did with that one was I collected all my poetry from back in the day and boom, just put it into a book for people to read, and hopefully it inspires and motivates them. And that's my way, all right, of trying to let the pitch in, trying to help. All right, I put that writing poetry, putting footwork into the community. All right, boots on the ground, trying to get resources, trying to get communities together. All right, for us to have a better tomorrow. Like, we keep complaining about these things, but we're not doing shit about it. Nobody wants to do shit about the same shit they're complaining about. All right, so that's why today, all right, I took the time and I did this live. I wasn't, but I did it. All right, so tonight we talk, tonight we walk through, some of the darkest corners of this world. Not because we like the darkness, but because somebody has to shine a damn light on it. We talked about predators hiding in plain sight, systems failing kids left and right, families begging for justice, and communities trying to protect children in a world that keeps proving it can't protect them on its own. And if there's one thing this whole conversation showed us, right, it's that danger doesn't always come wearing a mask. Sometimes it comes wearing a uniform, a title, a smile, or a job, right? A job that was supposed to, keep kids safe. That's the part that, hits the hardest, the betrayal, the silence, the we didn't know. We didn't see, but we see it. We see all of it now, right? And the wildest part, these stories ain't rare. They ain't shocking anymore. They're happening so often that we're becoming numb to them. And that's the scariest thing of it all. Because once society gets numb, predators get bold. Once society gets quiet, predators get comfortable. And once society stops paying attention, kids pay the price. That's why we talk about this. That's why we drag these conversations into the light. That's why we don't shut up even when the people say, you're doing too much. Baby, we're not doing enough. Not when kids are still being harmed. Not when kids are still being sex trafficked. Not when kids are still being abused. Not when systems, all right, are still failing. Not when families are still grieving. We talked about parents who trusted the wrong people. Kids who couldn't speak up. Teens acting out, out of trauma they never healed from. Judges who looked at pain and called it, no crime. Firefighters who were supposed to save lives but ended up destroying innocence. School employees acting out of pocket on buses. School employees acting out of pocket on buses that were supposed to be, that are supposed to be safe. And a man who tried to protect his nieces and ended up being, treated like a criminal. Instead of the one who caused the harm. Every story tonight was a reminder that the world is upside down. And the people who are supposed to protect kids are sometimes the ones who need, who we need to protect kids from. But here's the thing. Awareness is power. Conversation is power. Community is power. When we talk about this stuff open, honestly, and loudly, we take the shame, right? We take the shame away from the victims, right? And then we put the spotlight where it belongs. We make it harder for predators to hide. We make it harder for systems to ignore. We make it harder for silence to win. And that's why, your voice matters. Our kids' voice matters. That's why this platform, all right, and any other platform that brings awareness to this matters. That's why these lives matter. Because somebody out here is listening. Somebody out there, all right, is learning. Somebody out there is waking up. And let's be real. We can't fix everything overnight. We can't rewrite laws in a live stream. We can't undo trauma, right, with a conversation, but we can start the shift. All right, we can demand better. Right? We can teach our kids, the signs. We can hold adults accountable. We could push the policies that actually protect our children instead of predators. We can build communities that don't look away. And when we make sure that the next generation grows up safer, smarter, and more aware, then how can I say more aware than we ever was? Because at the end of the day, this ain't about fear. It's about protection. It's about awareness. It's about breaking cycles. It's about refusing to let silence win. It's about saying, not on my watch. It's about standing up even when the system sits down. It's about being the voice we needed when we were younger. It's about, how can I say, making sure no child feels alone, unheard, or unprotected ever again. So as we close this out, just know this. You're not crazy for caring, right? You're not dramatic for speaking. You're not wrong for demanding better. You're awake. You're aware. You're paying attention. And in a world full of, how can I say, distractions, that alone makes you powerful. Tonight wasn't just a conversation. It was a warning, a wake-up call, and a reminder that protecting kids is everybody's job. And if nobody else is going to say it, hey, shit, fuck it, we will. Now, the real question is, are we going to keep talking about it, or are we finally ready to do, how can I say, to do something about it? Real shit. Because talking ain't getting us nowhere. It brings awareness. But after we bring the awareness, what are we doing? Are we going to sit around and let shit happen? Or are we going to get off our asses and actually do what we say we want to do? Until next time, y'all, man, this y'all Shorty. I hope all of y'all, have a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. And I'm going to leave y'all, with 30 minutes of lyrical poetry. I hope y'all enjoy y'all evening. We out. You too, Felicia Fee. Hope you have an evening. I want to say thank you to all those that came through. All right. Show the Shorty support. Rocked out, man. And I want y'all to remember, man, it's us versus the system. All right. A lot of people need to stop bleeding all over the internet. Pick yourselves up.
Yeah. We living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. The system got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. It's breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remain untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew in passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds the time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we can conceal. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered the leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy game. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system.
Yeah. They laughed because they didn't see the work. They talked because they didn't know the worth. But watch, check the ink. In the depths of despair, they mocked your every move. But little did they know you were being renewed. Through the flames of adversity, you found strength within, quietly rising from the ashes, ready to begin. Their words may have stuck, their laughter may have burned, yet in the midst of chaos, a lesson was learned. For in the face of trials, a warrior was made stronger than before, unafraid and unswayed. the truth to bend. Yeah. We don't need their validation. We are the inspiration. From the ground to the throne, we did it on our own. So let them point and whisper. Let them underestimate. Or in the silence of your struggle, you found your fate. Rising like the phoenix from the ashes of doubt. Proving to the world what true resilience is about. Riders for life. Yeah, we found the light. Riders for life. Out of the darkest night. The world sees the rise, but they never saw the ashes we had to walk through to get here. Keep whispering. We're still writing. Riders for life. Forever. Yeah. They thought the fire would consume us, but they didn't know we're the ones who started it. Riders for life. Check the ink. Yeah. When life's got you down, feeling blue, you need fire. Let pain sharpen you, let doubt feed you, make you strong next time they count you out. Rise up like a phoenix from the ashes. Embrace the struggles and the clashes. They may doubt your worth and your skill, but show them all that you have the will. Let the skepticism fuel your flame, and never let them forget your name. In every setback, find a hidden power. Stand tall in your darkest hour, so when they try to knock you down again, remember where your strength began. You're a force to be reckoned with by far. Make sure they never forget who you are. The pressure is rising, I'm breaking the seal, turning this trauma something that's real. They wanted a ghost, but I'm still in the room, watching the garden emerge from the gloom. The ink is dry, but the soul is alive. It's more than a hustle, it's how we survive. Riders for life. Yeah, we ride through the pain. Let them honor the name. Let them honor the name. From the ash to the flame, we don't ever fold. The story is ours, and it's gotta be told. Yeah, they looked at the scars, but they missed the design. Every heavy heartbreak is a gold mine. I turn the whispers into a roar. I don't just knock, I'm breaking down the door. Keep your hand out, I'll take the struggle instead. I'm carving a path while they're safe in their bed. It's a marathon spirit, no short-term gain. You can't have the harvest without the rain. Look at the ink on the page, it's permanent. Every word that I drop is a testament. I'm not a trend, I'm the foundation. A voice for the quiet, a spark for the nation. Yeah, we right through pain. Let them honor the name. Let them honor the name. From the ash to the flame, we don't ever fold. The story is ours, and it's gotta be vibrant. I've been in the trenches, I've sat with the cold, writing the truth while they selling their soul. This ain't for the fame, it's for the kid in the back who feels like the world is painted in black. I'm giving you vision, I'm giving you sight, with a beacon that's burning in the middle of night. So sharpen your pencil and sharpen your mind. Leave all the doubt and the haters behind. It's more than a brand, it's a bloodline. It's more than a song, it's a lifetime. Can you feel it? The tide is turning, can you see it? The bridge is burning, we're moving forward, we're never returning. Riders for life. Yeah, we right through the pain. Let them honor the bill. Let them honor the name. From the ash to the flame, we don't ever fold. setback is just a setup for a comeback. We don't just bleed on a page, we live it. Riders for life, forever.
Yeah, riders for life, carrying the world.
But nobody sees the way. Just trying to keep it safe. Listen. He carries the weight of the world right on his shoulder, smiling through the hunger as his heart grows a little colder, lost in the darkness. But he's gotta find his way to make her feel safe, come what may, lead by example. Even though he's feeling lost, strength never falters, no matter what the cost. He'll be a rock inside a stormy sea, even when he's barely holding on to his own safety. Heavy heart and a plate that's staying empty, but he keeps pushing forward cause the struggle is plenty.
Hey, never losing faith, even when the lights go dim. He's fighting the tide just to learn how to swim. In her eyes, he sees a guiding light, and he'll do whatever it takes to make everything right. Oh, he's standing tall through it all. Journey is long, but he's right where he belongs.
And standing in the rain, the world is rough and the road is getting long, but he'll stay by her side exactly where he belongs. A man expected to smile through the worst of the weather, just to keep the pieces of a world together. He hides the shaking hands, he hides the tired eyes beneath the mask of a hero where the pressure lies. But he won't break, nah, he won't never fold. This is the story that needs to be told for every man pushing through the silent fight. Riders for life, we're bringing truth to the light.
Oh, sometimes the silence is louder than the screams, chasing the safety inside of the dreams he gives to the world while he lives with nothing, just to hear her laugh and know he's worth something. In her eyes, he sees a guiding light, and he'll do whatever it takes to make everything right.
Yeah.
Everything right. The journey is long, but he right where he belongs. Fight for life, we hold the line, turning the struggle into something divine. Yeah.
He's smiling through the pain, looking through the fire, and standing in the rain. Keep pushing, pushing, don't let him see you fall.
Don't fall.
Riders for life.
Riders for life, we're standing through it all.
Yeah, through it all. So he keeps the smile and he keeps the pace, looking for the victory at the end of the race. The plate might be empty, but the soul is full, fighting against the world. In the constant pull, a man's strength isn't measured by the goal, but by the love and the promises he holds. Riders for life, yeah, we see the weight, and we know you're gonna make it. It's written in fate.
Standing tall. Make her feel safe. Come on, man. The journey is long, but you're home. Yeah, you're never alone.
Yeah. Riders for life. Envy is a patient monster. Watching. Waiting. Don't let it in. Envy lurks in the shadows, watching your every move. It wants to understand you before it tries to prove. Studying your weakness, plotting out its grand play. Envy's patience knows no bounds. It waits for the perfect day. It whispers in your ear, planting seeds of doubt and fear, slowly chipping away at everything you hold dear. Envy doesn't rush, nah, it takes its time to sow, waiting for the moment when your spirit's feeling low. You may not even notice as the envy starts to grow, like a weed in a garden, spreading its toxic flow. It feeds on comparison, it breeds discontent, until it's ready to strike with that malicious intent. Creeping through the grass, waiting for a mirror just to watch you break the glass. It wants what you got, but it won't do the work. Just sits in the corner where the dark shadows lurk. But remember this truth, when the pressure starts to rise, envy is a coward hiding behind its own lies. Don't let it feed, don't give it a seat at the table. Keep your vision clear and keep your heart stable. Comparison is the thief of the joy you find. Don't let them pull you down to the ground. Keep your light burning, keep your spirit high. Don't let the shadow block out your sky. You may not even notice as the envy starts to grow, like a weed in a garden, spreading its toxic flow. It feeds on comparison, it breeds discontent, until it's ready to strike with that malicious intent. When it becomes knocking at your door, don't give it what it's looking for. Power lies in how you react. Fight is for life, keep the soul intact. Stay strong, don't let it take control. The greatest weakness is a whole soul. Yeah, a whole soul. Stand strong, don't let them take it. Don't let them. Right is for life, they can't break it. No, they can't break a whole soul. So let them watch, let them study the greatness. They stuck in the past while we move with the latest. Envy is a ghost, it has no power here. We've conquered the doubt and we swallowed the fear. Right is for life, we're building on solid ground, where the noise of the shadows can't make a sound. Yeah, a whole soul. Envy's got no room, no room. Don't give them your reaction. Just keep shining. Yeah. Keep shining.
Sometimes the loudest thing you can do, just be quiet and walk away. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, yeah, we're ink on the page, we're the soul in the light, turning all struggles into power tonight. You can't erase the truth, yeah, we're doing it right. Writers for life, baby, yeah, we're writers for life. I ain't coming from a place of anger, let's be clear, I'm just tired of the cycle. Year after year, spend my energy trying to make the blind see the light, trying to prove my glow in the middle of their night. But if they didn't see the shine when I was standing right there, then it's time to draw the line and breathe a different air. I'm exhaling the weight, let it fall to the floor. I'm not looking for keys to the locked up door. The silence is loud, but the peace is so sweet. Finally finding the rhythm in my own heartbeat. I'm not angry at a soul, I'm just moving on. No more stringing in the wire, alone. To the ones who never heard the truth in my voice, I'm done bending over backwards just to make them rejoice. No more, I'm just moving on. Stop wasting all this greatness on minds that stay closed. I'm planting different seeds, I'm watching how they grow. No looking back now, the rear view is a blur. I'm leaving every doubt right back where they were. If you didn't have my back, then stay out of my way. I've got a higher calling and a brand new day. Yeah, we're ink on the page, we're the soul in the light, turning our soul and the jewel in the night. You can't erase the truth, yeah. Yeah, we're doing it right. Writers for life, baby. Yeah, we're writers for life. Yeah, it's a masterclass in growth. Watching how I evolve. All those puzzles in my head finally getting solved. I used to think the absence was a hole in the plan, but now I see a space for me to be all I can. No more shrinking just to fit in the rooms they provide. I'm taking up the space with the power inside. It's a different kind of freedom when you let go of the need to be validated by people who never wanted you to succeed. My worth isn't up for debate, it's not for sale. I'm writing my own story and I'm over the veil. The mirror used to lie, reflected back all they doubt. But I finally figured what this life is about. It's not about the cheers or the crowd's heavy roar. It's the peace that I feel when I walk through the door. Self-love is the anchor, the roots and the stem. I'm finally choosing me instead of choosing them. On the page, with a soul in the light, turning all our struggle to and of course. They say everybody wants the glory, but nobody wants the story. We're out here looking for a change in the wind, but we're still breathing in the same old dust. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents lost in the noise. If you're riding with me, make sure your heart is in the car, because this is bigger than music. This is for the healers. Writers for life. Yeah, it's time to flip the page. They talking about a change, talking about a different phase, but everybody's stagnant, stuck inside the same maze, saying they want the bag, but they stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need, it's the same old drag. See, when you finally win, the circle starts to feel surreal. Family and friends giving you a bitter ordeal. Writers for life, yeah, that was the deal. Writers for life, the only thing you can't steal. Writers for life, we're here to heal. But when you cross my name, opinions. No prayers in the room, just a room full of division. If you ask me, we need to focus on revision. Rely less on the screen. How you looking for a future with no vision? This world is feeling like fiction. Yeah, it's a strange script, false illusions in the air. Everybody's lost their grip. You better pick up a book, go and study your own history before you're in a ditch, becoming part of the mystery. I'm riding through the pressure, riding through the pain, trying to find the sunlight while I'm standing in the rain. They see the jewelry, they don't see the heavy chains. They see the victory, they don't see the bloody stains. I just for lie, it's more than just a name. It's the only way to keep from going insane. Division and religion, see the math ain't adding up. God wants the love, but we overflow in the bitter cup. Actions are the proof, our convictions should unite us. One God, one nation, but these different beliefs that guide us. Words fly with the wind, and those insults, they ain't violent, but they're killing you inside while you're holding them in silence. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt today, I'd be lying. Truth can be a lie when the indifferent start complying. One God, one nation, can you hear the call? We're building up the bridges just to tear down the wall. It's bigger than the ego, it's bigger than the pride. It's about the spirit that you're carrying inside. One mind, one soul, a million different lights. We're finally waking up to the riders for life. Shoved to the side just because they're a little different. A hug that wasn't given cause the world is so belligerent. Judging by the clothes of what was said about him yesterday, not knowing that the one you hate could be the one to save your day. But thanks to the hate, it's another page in history. Flip the script, speak your story, let them see the victory. Lord, it's unholy how we're walking down the street. One body, one soul, but we can't make the ends meet. Forgive them, Father, they don't know that love is the letter. Writers for life, we're just trying to make it better. One body, one mind, one soul. A million talents, but without you, you're absorbed. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know there's someone out there that loves them. Writers for life. Look both ways. Yeah. Riders for life, baby. Yeah. In a world that never stops moving, you're my stillness. I'm putting my soul on the line for this one. Just listen. Yeah. In this world of chaos and pain, I find my peace just speaking your name. I give my all, let the fame just fade to show you're the greatest man ever made. Through the peaks and the valleys, we're holding the line. I'ma let my devotion and my energy shine. No strings attached, baby, I just want you to know I'm anchored right here, it's just the way that I flow. I ain't looking for the crown, I already found my king. With you I got everything, I don't need a diamond ring. It's the way you hold me down when the world is getting loud. I'm standing in your corner, baby, screaming it out proud, yeah. It's deeper than the surface. You give my heart a purpose. When the shadows start to crawl and the dark starts to creep, just know I'm in your corner and the promises I keep. I'm investing every second cause this love is so deep. Every time I see your face, boy, my heart takes a leap. If I'm giving you my word, it's cause the bond is so true. I don't need a single thing, I just need a life with you. Through the thick and the thin, yeah, we're making it through. My king, my heart, through and through. See, I'm planting these seeds in the soil of our trust, building something eternal out of more than just lust. You're my rock, you're my shelter, my light in the rain. I take on the burden just to ease all your pain. This ain't for the gram, this ain't for the gain. It's a soul-to-soul rhythm pulsing through my veins. I'm proud to be yours, I'm proud of your name. With you by my side, I got nothing to tame. They say love is a gamble, but I'm doubling down. With you I'm a queen, yeah, you hold up the crown. It's more than the words, it's the way that we build. Every void in my spirit is finally filled. No looking back, we're moving ahead. I'm hearing the truth in everything that you said. Now we're writing the chapters, the pen's in our hand, building a legacy right where we stand. From the quiet mornings to the late night talks, I'm right by your side on these heavy walks. You're the rhythm to my heart, the beat to my soul. When the world feels broken, you make me feel whole. I'm giving you the keys, I'm giving you the light. I'm staying right here, yeah, we're doing this right. So let the rain fall, let the wind start to blow. As long as I'm with you, I got somewhere to go. It's a covenant, baby, it's written in stone. In this crowded world, I'm never alone. Yeah, I'm never alone. When the shadows start to crawl and the dark starts to creep, just know I'm in your corner and the promises I keep. I'm investing every second 'cause this love is so deep. Every time I see your face, boy, my heart takes a leap. If I'm giving you my word, it's 'cause the bond is so true. I don't need a single thing, I just need a life with you. Through the thick and the thin, yeah, we're making it through. My king, my heart, through and through. Yeah, no expectations, just us, through the generations. I'm right here, baby, your lady, always here. Through and through, riders for life, baby.
They play.
Like it was a game, no more shame.
Yeah. Riders for life. They play with your heart like it was just a game. Toxic words dripping with all that heavy shame. Manipulative ways that never could be tamed. Hurting you was a target, yeah, that's where they aim. Disrespect comes from every single pore. So intentions were rotten straight to the core. They knew the pain they had in store, yet they still left you wanting for more.
The actions were calculated and cold, leaving scars that never grow old. In their web of lies you were sold.
A story that's never been told.
I'm enduring and learning, yeah, that is the key. I'm becoming unshakable, as tough as can be. Riders for life, we won't let pain tear us down. It's here to build us up, make us strong and sound. Every struggle face head on until the rising sun. Riders for life, yeah, the battle is won. Unwavering light, yeah, the light that shines through the night.
They saw your vulnerability, they saw it so clear. Exploiting every moment without a single tear. Knowing the end result was gonna be fear. Waiting till you're broken, then they disappear. Extortion was the weapon they used to break your soul. Trying to take the pieces and maintain the control. But they didn't know the fire that was deep inside the hole. Now you're taking back the power and you're taking back the hope.
I was caught in the web, I was lost in the
to a brand new day. Now look at the stature, look at the way that we stand. Walking out the trap with a steady hand. No longer a victim, we're masters of every wound. The frequency's changing, we're perfectly in tune. From the ashes we rose, now we're walking on the heat. Riders for life, we never admit defeat. The transformation is finished, the vision is clear. We conquered the struggle, and we conquered the fear.
Can you see the truth?
Yahweh was originally a lesser god in the Abrahamic religion, so he was originally a havoc.
Shining through the night.
Welcome to Philly, baby. They call it Philadelphia. HP, baby, where Shorty's blood runs deep in the pavement. She wasn't born here, but the streets did the raising. Straight from Ponce, Puerto Rico, that's the origin. Taino roots in the marrow, indigenous skin. Proclaiming the heritage, both lands in her veins. In the world where they're charging for the fair in the rain. But HP is a Shorty's home, even when her heart bleeds. Watching the struggle grow like some poisonous weeds. Looking around, a Shorty just lost in the maze. Questions in the dark, living life in the haze. Egos on fire, everybody's offended. Screaming for a change while the cycle's extended. We try to break chains, try to reach for the goal, but the anger and the pride take a toll on the soul. Opinions get silenced in the shirt and in view. In the HP community where Shorty grew up. Back then it was love, didn't matter the block. We were vibing together, never looking at the clock. No matter the colors or the place we were from, we were solid as a rock. Never felt we had to run, then a shift happened. Innocence on the floor. Kids going missing, death knocking at the door. Mistaken identity, now the hate's in the eyes. I miss the old days before the truth turned to lies. Case can't side, this land's backing. In love the community, just shaking our heads. Strings on their backs, they're so easily led. Waiting for a savior or a puppet master command. While the real warriors rise up to take a stand. Young yield in spirit, the voices revealing. Trying to find a cure for the pain we're all feeling. Offering solutions for a brand new day. But the system is a wall that won't move out the way. Look, now it's all about race, who can take, who can gain. Talking about progress while they faking the change. They don't care about the residents living the life. They just stir up the trouble and they sharpen the knife. Deep in my soul, there's a wish that unfolds to flip back the script on the stories they told. Our kids are like sponges, they're soaking the scene, mimicking the monsters and the things that they've seen. Locked in a cage, in a prison's embrace, acting gangster for a crowd while they losing the race. Parents getting lazy, just losing the grip. Communication dying, watching everyone slip. Gunfire escalates, the bitterness flips. Parents and the children on some enemy trips. You demand that they change, but you refuse to lead. When the guidance is hollow, how can they succeed? HP, we struggle, we fight just to breathe. We spitting this truth for the ones who believe. Unleash in the spirit, let the word start to glow. HP